Live now? Give me 1 sec. Let's see. March.
Moving this in the last week. It was on this dining time. Arthur, how does it?
What?
Oh, they got fixed and they're gonna be.
Do you know how to update this?
I was just looking for my. I went there, but there's something up. There's having required.
Agenda. Let's try that.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Hey, Steve. Hey.
I'll take the credit.
How cool is it?
I just know the executive of that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, that was serious.
I had a whole class on how to read the code book, literally.
Oh,
Yeah.
And I still can't.
the class was recent?
No, in architecture school, we had.
Oh, yeah. Well, if it didn't keep changing. No. Oh, my goodness. Cool. Hmm.
It didn't stick.
Well, it didn't stick because it keeps changing. Yeah,
Well,
it keeps
this is true,
changing.
but-
It's changing and it keeps getting longer.
Yeah. And more abstruse.
It's up to the authority having jurisdiction.
Right.
Yeah. State trumps Fed, right? Because we were operating off of our own code
Yeah.
for a while. Is it possible that we have nearly a full board and we're all live?
It's 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know, but we saved 5 minutes just by not having to do roll call. So I'm gonna get this meeting started. Welcome, everyone, to the meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. I don't believe what I just did. I have Thursday's agenda. Is everybody looking at Thursdays? Oh, you have two. Yeah, I don't know where that came from. I don't.
It says Thursday, but I think it's the same.
Oh, all right, maybe,
Yeah.
but it's actually Tuesday, the 28th.
In this multiverse.
Is it?
Okay, let's try that again. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic. Gavel. Thank you. It's good. Okay. Oh, I see. Does this differ from the one that's labeled the 30th? Oh, it does. Oh. Okay, good. And the date. All right, here goes. Take 3. Welcome everyone to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is Thursday, March 28th, as I was just informed, and it's 4:07. And we have almost a full board with us tonight. Those members are, and I don't need to do roll call on this, thank goodness. Myself, Stephen Welch, Abby Camp, Diane Coombs, Val Oliver, Carrie Thornwell, and Connie Patton. The only person missing it is Jesse Dudra at this point. For those few of you in the audience, just 2 things, you know what they are. 1, mute your phones, and 2, let us know if you're going to record any portion of tonight's meeting. Let us know in advance. Okay, first order of business then would be to approve. Thank you. Diane has made a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Obviously, it will be the regular board on all of the votes, unless there's any recusals or whatever. So regular board, all those in favor of Diane's motion to approve tonight's agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Any public comment at this time? And that is for those of you in the room and for those of you on Zoom. Holly.
Thank you,
have your
Mr.
hand.
Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to take this time and just
basically let the commissioners know and anybody in the public from last week. There was a particular property on South Water Street that had some reshingling going on that caught the eye of a couple of commissioners as well as staff. My family saw me frantically taking pictures after dinner one night. Anyway, we took care of it. Basically, at the end of the day, the structure is being reshingled and the red shingles are being put back as they were. A like-kind application was submitted. They were fined 10 times the amount of the application. And I had a really good conversation with the contractor who typically is on par with those applications. So he apologized, but that was taken care of. So I just wanted to mention that for the benefit of the commissioners as well as the public. Thank you.
Was there more to that story about the white cedar shingles?
So there are white cedar shingles that were actually primed gray in order to be painted the appropriate red. That's why they looked gray.
Well, okay, but then I thought that you had a conversation with someone and they indicated that there might be a run on.
May I?
Yeah, please.
We're not going to verify unverified information at this point in time.
Okay, but is it being looked into?
Yes.
All right,
Yes, Mr.
very good.
Chair.
Yeah, because I think we should be proactive about that.
On the list to do this week.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Okay, any,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
can I give an update? That's been those shingles that were.
Are we still on public comment or commissioner comment?
Oh, doesn't matter.
See, she's allowed to do public.
Oh, okay, I'll wait.
Is there any more public comment? Okay, now commissioner comment. Go ahead,
The
Steve.
update is that the applicant's agent took the HTC so seriously that within the course of a day, they had their shingles repainted the correct color red. It's already done. They're still
Cool.
going to apply for an application. There's still going to be some ramifications, but
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Any other commissioner
I
comments?
do,
Go.
because I don't think it comes under the next category of best practices, so.
Okay.
I would like a little in-service on what process deems a structure individually significant. And I watched the appeal for a certain project and George Pucci said, what are the concrete performance standards? What is appropriate or not appropriate when dealing with a building given this status? And I just don't understand it myself. I've never been privy or seen the process of us deeming something significant individually. And I just want to understand more about it because we are going to have more buildings coming up that have this. So I want a discussion about it at some point or some information.
Okay. I think that we should have a discussion about that. And I would like to put that on. It's relatively time sensitive because we are dealing with an appeal and a remand. So I would like, thank you for bringing it up.
Okay.
So can we put that down beginning of next week's agenda to discuss that? And
with a homework assignment, please read
Yep.
appendix C.
C,
It's defined in there. Just so you know, read it, because if we're going
Oh,
to
okay.
discuss it, we should all be
No,
aware.
that's good. Okay. Any other kind of collateral information would be helpful. But I think that's a conversation that needs to take place. Thank you.
I just mentioned, it's not something to do with us, but it did come over, I guess it was six weeks, so you may not, or you may already know about, is there was $30,000 worth of shingles stolen from a house that was being re-shingled. Owners were away. And I don't know how many shingles that is, but that's what it. They lost.
A bundle.
All right. Yeah, oh, that's too bad. But that's why we don't have a shingle shortage, because now they get to resell them and, yeah. Wow. Okay, any other commissioner comments? All right, so I believe, Diane, you had placed this discussion of
Yeah.
our policies.
What I would like to just sort of bring up and people discuss, or we discussed it more at a different time, but we went through all the things of what our current proposals are going to be, and what our procedures, and what the best practices are, and all that jazz.
Mhm.
And, if, I guess, people who watch us more than we thought perhaps, had some things, and I know that I wonder also is what we have approved and what we're working with is in regards to everybody. We have to follow it as well as the applicants have to follow. And I guess in some cases, to the point of annoyance, that has not been done. And I just want to say, I don't know, I've gotten 5 or 6 calls saying, going on about it. So I thought I would bring it up and see if it comes up, they're not rules, they're practices. And so they're not etched in any stone, except we have agreed to try and live this way. If a special system or something comes up, we can do, but not continually do we overrun what we're trying to do. The thing of how much an applicant can stay before it goes on and goes back. We should try and stick with that, and us too. When the commissioners, I don't know what time is it, whether it's 5 minutes or whatever, but we should try and stick with that to show that we are trying to do these practices. And I think it would be easier for the applicants to know what they have to deal with. And when the chairman's patient runs out and says, hey, it's been 15 minutes now, and you're only got 5. Just a bit, it's new for all of us,
Correct.
and I think it would just to know it's something we have to work on.
I couldn't agree more. So I'm glad that we have those rules in effect. I'm glad that we put something down on paper that we can refer to and have recourse to. Now it is a difficult thing to, short of having a stopwatch like they have at town meeting, which I really don't think would work so hot in our particular forum. Short of doing that, we just have to act on our intuition. And frankly, it has to do a little bit with my patience, if I feel like somebody's running on, I just tell them to stop. But or if we're hearing stuff repeated. So it's like anything else, it's a learning. We're all just gonna have to learn how to keep those practices in mind as we move through an application. Oh, and by the way, you folks as members can say, I think we've heard enough. I mean, feel free.
Yeah.
If you think something's gone on too long, just say like, I think we've heard enough, I think that's fair.
Can I
Yeah,
jump in?
yeah.
Not that I've heard enough.
There you go.
No, I mean, I like that thing, Diane. I think it's important. These are, we didn't adopt these as rules. I'm a firm believer that there's good behaviors. Rules are another animal altogether, and there's a different process to follow if we're going to establish these as hard and fast rules or regulations. But it's fair to say that there are practices we've agreed to try and follow. I agree they should be followed by everyone. I agree that it's our responsibility to assert ourselves and our authority responsibly, transparently, and evenly, or fairly. That's our power to contribute, and by doing that, we lead by example. We also lead by example by not being redundant when we're speaking. If we feel like we agree with another commissioner, to simply say, I agree with so-and-so, and we can move on. That I think helps to set a pace and it helps to have people understand that we value the public's time as well as our own. We don't necessarily, I think, have to talk about something for it to have value. We can simply agree with another commissioner. And then the idea of holding people to a time, I think, is important. You know, I've gotten some pushback on the time. I just want to comment on this. You get what, 2 minutes at town meeting to talk about, you know, something that could affect a
Yeah.
multi-billion, you know, $1 trillion asset.
Right.
A few minutes for the agent, a few minutes for an abutter, and a minute or so for, at that point, pretty much everything has been talked about. We're talking about 4 elevations and the site plan sometimes, most of the times not, because hardscapes are done separately. So, you know, keep it to architectural elements that are part of our purview. What are the concerns and with respect to appropriateness? And I think we can dig ourselves out of this time crunch that we're in and hopefully move on to more important, or as important, I should say, elements such as area plans and having discussions about demolition policies and having maybe strategy sessions or learning sessions where we all get a chance to kind of go back through building with Nantucket in mind and understand what's in there once again. So anyways, it's all important stuff. I appreciate you bringing it up right now.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Anyone else on this subject? All right,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
are you taking comments from the public?
Oh, well, yeah, I think so. We have a hand raised.
You do. No.
No, we're on to the discussion of our best practices. And you're muted. There you go.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Duez from Mill Street. And I just wanted to ask a question about the best practices, the initiation of which I think has been a great idea to talk about ways that you all work and ways that you work with the public. And some of the best practices are geared toward streamlining your process, and there are consequences for not following those best practices. But there don't seem to be consequences for bad behavior or for people not following rules specifically, and also Robert's rules. Specifically in terms of interrupting, overspeaking, et cetera, et cetera. And it seems to me that there should be consequences for repeat offenders, some sort of sanctions or whatever. And so I would just like to throw that out because that kind of behavior really does disrupt the whole process and makes it very difficult for follow-on applicants. And it shouldn't be allowed. But if there aren't any sanctions or consequences, then it won't stop. So I would like to suggest that as you discuss these and live out these best practices, you think about what kinds of consequences there could be for trying to curtail certain behaviors. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ann. I think that we do have the turn off the microphone option available to us right now. And beyond that, I think we'd probably have to check to see what our options are. But thanks for the comment. I understand exactly what you're saying. Mr. Dutra, oh, Jesse has joined us, but he has no, Jesse, you have to stand. I'm afraid you have to stand.
Just get one chair.
15-minute rotation.
Okay. All right. So Jesse Dutra has joined us. We're a full house now. Okay. So thank you for that discussion. Now we're on to signs. Can we have a breakdown? Oh, well, we won't be getting the breakdown from Billy, sadly. Can somebody shepherd us through the signs? There we go.
One of the Benson's all 7 have been in the room 8 from the room saying.
Pre-COVID. I'm kidding. I think we have had pretty good attendance record recently. Esme?
Mr. Chairman, the
Yeah.
sign council met this morning. And per their recommendations, item numbers 1 and 3 were approved per their recommendations.
Okay, let's do a vote on that.
Motion to approve 1 and 3 per the sign recommendation.
Very good. All those in favor?
Uh,
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay.
Item number 2, motion to deny.
Ooh, okay. Just because it's not policy
Not confirming with the sign line, the
conforming with this.
sign
Yeah,
guidelines.
okay.
Motion to deny number 2 per the
Well,
sign guidelines.
Is there any wiggle room there? Like,
For revisions?
yeah, I'm just thinking.
Well, the chairman did under that motion, also did another motion. If the applicant wants to come back for another application, they would waive the fees, but they would have to reapply.
That's the motion.
Yeah, I think.
Or
Yeah, I would rather do that.
Ben is here, maybe he could clarify.
Yeah, why don't you?
Sure,
Ben.
so, yeah, unfortunately, what churches are they got? So
St. Paul's.
St. Paul's Church, they put up a very large freestanding, public, service announcement, kind of window box looking thing. It was in violation, they were notified, they applied for it, and it's much too large to meet our guidelines. So.
So they're aware of all this.
Yeah, and we hoped that they would have come to the meeting today. They didn't. You know, they are allowed a public service announcement type of board, but it needs to meet our guidelines, unfortunately.
Yeah, sure.
So,
So,
Could I just, because I've actually talked to Father
Yeah,
Max,
okay.
and I was just wondering if, you know, if they, maybe we need, what's it called when they come in? Like a
Representation.
representation. That, you know, I think they did it, like, they just really didn't, didn't really
Oh, I'm
realize
sure-
that
I'm
to put
sure.
up their, you know, when they have worship, you know, like their worship hours.
Right, but but I agree. I can't imagine they did it maliciously.
Right.
But I also think that they now know that in what ways it's not conforming to the guidelines, right?
Right.
So
Yeah,
why don't we have them, if they're gonna come in and rep, or better yet, why don't they just do one that meets the guidelines and run it past you guys? And if everything's copacetic, then we can approve something.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was the minority, I didn't vote in favor of denying the application. So unfortunately, I was in the minority, but I think if I were to speak publicly, I would say it's appropriate to leave the application open so they can amend it.
I would really
But
prefer that.
was
Yeah.
not.
Okay, so Stephen, did you have a?
Yeah, I was just gonna say karma aside,
Yeah,
it just seems like if we have a community entity who's having a problem, but we wouldn't, a denial for the purpose of them resubmitting an application seems wrong on its face. It's, you know, more of a message than anything, and I don't really think that that's necessary.
wrong message to send.
So I would just suggest that we, what we would do is that we're not remanding it back to the sign committee, but we would be asking the sign committee to review the a revised application with the applicant. That would be our motion.
Like
Sounds
that.
great.
Okay, so that is Stephen's motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay. Thanks, Ben. Okay, so Brent LLC. Hold.
It was hold for representation.
Okay, can I have a motion to hold
Motion to hold for representation
Sign.
at sign advisory?
at sign advisory.
Yeah, okay, so that's Abby's motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay. Those are signs. Now I'm looking through the consent agenda and Stephen needs to recuse, I need to recuse. We don't necessarily,
How does I do?
Mhm.
you do too?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I missed that. Okay, so we can still pull this off. If Abby chairs, we have Diane, Connie, Jesse,
And oh no, Carrie Kim.
Isn't three of that?
Abby, well,
Yeah, you got four.
3 is enough, but I think you have 4. Diane, Abby, Connie, Jesse,
Jesse,
and you're
that's
good to
4.
go. Yeah, there, so that should carry.
Do I hear a motion to? I put them- Approve. The consent
I
agenda.
make the motion to
Aye.
approve
Oh.
consent 1 through 24.
Thank you. What's the name?
Diane.
Diane. Connie on the motion.
Aye.
Jesse,
You don't even need to do that. You just,
Diane on your motion.
oh,
Aye.
Okay, there we go.
okay.
Lovely.
Great, thank you. Consent with conditions of just one. No
Motion
one
to
needs-
approve.
Thank you. All those in favor, regular board?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
That was quite a chunk of.
Yeah, that was good. Okay,
Okay.
very cathartic. Okay, so apparently we have one view. And Stephen Welch is the captain of this particular ship.
Okay, so on this one, Ben, your board is myself, Diane, Abby, Connie, and Jesse. And since I was the one who requested a view, I'd like to say I viewed it. I don't have any concerns. I'd like to find out if anyone has any concerns with the color, which is
No,
the dark green.
I think the dark green is good.
Okay. Good. Okay. My concern in holding it was the precedent of a dark green fence. It seemed that we haven't had one, and I know commonly people think of dark green and brick go together because the patina of copper, when copper and brick are one and the same, but I don't typically vote for based on what I like, but what's appropriate. So I did a little history research, and that color is called historically invisible green. And it was originally a mix of black, ochre yellow, and white lead. And it was
Really?
made popular by, I made a note, Humphrey Repton,
Oh,
who was one of
Yeah.
the last great Georgian Regency era designers. Coincidentally, dear Humphrey died this March of 1818, so 205 years ago. So with that, is there a motion to approve the?
I
As
make a
explained.
motion to approve.
Okay, and we can just say all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. We
Yep.
appreciate the patience.
yeah, thanks. Okay, so first up under old business of February 14th is 2 Mariner Way Hardscape. My board, me, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val,
The regular board, right?
the regular board,
Okay.
yes.
We haven't heard any of the landscaping from Mariner Way yet, but we had approved, the other ones are tracking the main houses at
Correct.
4 and 6.
Yeah.
But because you guys approved through staff to Mariner. We can't go to the Concom yet for their blessing to modify the original Concom approval from some years ago until we get the hardscaping done. So this, of all of them, this hardscaping is very simple. We have an apron, which is required because Mariner Way is paved. And then we have a parking area and a walkway, and that's pretty much it. In the original approval from 5 or 6 years ago, they did the hardscape all on one plan for the entire left side. And what they asked for on the front one at that time was that the brick sidewalk went up to meet the sidewalk. So that was the only thing that I don't believe we have up there right now. I can't see it from here. But there was a sidewalk from the front door, walkway to the sidewalk. And then the rest is pretty simple because that's an elevated deck. It's not part of the hardscape. So all you're dealing with really is the parking area, the little walkway, and adding a walkway from the front door to the street.
And the fencing.
And the fencing, yeah, on that corner. Pretty much like the other one.
Is that it, Linda?
Yeah, type 2 cat picket.
Very good. See that. So thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the existing dwellings within the Mariner Way neighborhood are, have brick as their apron or material for the driveway. With this being a small subdivision, I would recommend having the materials be consistent. And just as previously, or actually previously notated, I can't remember if we reviewed this or not, but I don't think we did. That the driveway, while it looks like it meets the zoning bylaw 131-20.1, for dimensions, it seems to be very hard edged. So that was without any little rounding,
Out
So-
at the way.
out at the way, but I do believe that all the other driveways on the other side of Mariner are brick. Just from food for thought, obviously Belgian and apron brick are both appropriate materials for the OH.
Whatever you think is appropriate, it's fine with us.
So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. And also on the note that Linda mentioned about the front brick up here. I remember looking when I was reviewing that application that the flanking house at One Mariner also has the same brick concept that goes up to the macadam asphalt sidewalk that's along Union Street. So that is a consistent feature. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Do we have anybody from HSAB here? HSAB?
Yes, Ray, I'm here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'll put my usual objection on there.
Okay, got that. That was you, right, Mickey?
Yep, I'm here.
Go for it.
So, basically, it's just the driveway. We feel that the 2-car wide driveways and curb cuts in the OHD are not appropriate. Single cars are preferable, and that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mickey.
One quick question for you, through you,
Sure.
Mr. Chair. Did he bother to look at the other ones in Mariner that also are
Well,
2 cars?
Okay, I'm not sure you don't necessarily need to comment on.
Okay, I just want you to know that's the same as all the rest of them
Okay, thank you.
and what was already approved.
Okay, regular board, let's hear it.
I'll go.
Yes, thanks.
On the surface, I don't have any concerns, but it's an incomplete application. It doesn't show what the fences are. It says typical, but it'd be nice to have pictures of them as well as the bluestone and all of that we usually require, as well as a locust plan, but
I believe it's in there, Val.
It's
somewhere.
not.
Well, there is actually.
It is.
Well, on the.
oh, the one that's the size of an ant.
It's tiny.
Well, it's hard to scan these things.
So anyway,
Smallest locust
we
plan.
generally ask for photos to coincide with them, and that's all I would ask.
And Val, they have them on the big ones if you want to look at the big plan too. It's in there, but it's a little easier to see on the
Let's
big
not
ones.
answer
Yeah,
each.
so, okay, in terms
But
of.
they're there, so.
Linda,
Yeah.
in terms of the design, any comments, questions, concerns?
I go along with Holly about the Belgian and making it conform to what
I
else
think
is
that's
in there.
probably.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Val, thank you very much. Diane, you ready?
Me too.
Brick for the apron.
For the
Okay.
apron or the whole parking space? I thought it was the whole parking
Ah,
space.
Is that what you suggested?
That's
I
what
thought
they
it was
have.
the apron.
My recollection is that the other driveways on Mariner actually are the full extended, the entire thing is brick.
Whole brick.
I don't think any of them have a combination for just an apron.
Oh,
So
Okay.
that, for consistency, that would be
So
nice.
the Apron and the parking,
yeah, it's all, the whole parking thing would be all brick.
all they do have it in herringbone or straight lane.
I believe it's running bond.
Running bond.
Okay, thank you.
You're good, Diane, with
Yeah.
that? Okay, very good. Abby.
I have I think it's excessive, that 6-foot fence on the far left. I doesn't come to mind anything down there having a 6-foot fence.
I'm just
I
gonna-
think,
A lot of them have 6-foot fences.
That's why
Yeah.
examples would be good.
yeah, but it goes the whole
No,
73 feet of it,
Holly,
No.
73.
Well, actually, wait,
73
it
feet,
actually
6 inches.
does go 73
Yeah, it
feet.
does.
It goes 73 feet and then the front 13 feet,
picket.
call it, is picket.
Yeah.
Anyway, continuing, the enclosure around the pool equipment and condenser, that is like a what,
4-foot
4 foot? Okay.
natural to weather board fence.
And the material, the deck and the size of the pool, whatever that
That's
is.
part of the house and
That
not
was
part of this
approved.
application.
All right, so, I like the idea of having the brick sidewalk continue like the rest of the neighborhood. I I'll just go along with the board about the brick, but I didn't really have a problem with the Belgian block. But it should splay out into Mariners Way.
Agree.
Is that round the corners, Abby?
Yeah.
Yep.
As a pool.
They all
Yeah,
do.
but it's already been approved.
Was that it for you, Abby?
Yes.
Okay. Stephen.
I think the biomaterial perpetuates a poor fit, and I feel the brick would be better. I just wanted, when I say a poor fit, so my understanding, pretty clear understanding, is that the 10-foot apron is based upon the fact that a road layout is typically 40 feet wide. Only 20 of that is used. 10 feet on either side is used for potential reserve for sidewalk and other types of community type space. Hence, you have a 10-foot apron from the street. In this instance, having a 10-foot apron makes no sense. It makes the whole thing look very odd. So if it isn't going to be two material, I mentioned that to mention that if it is going to be two materials, I think it should be a much shorter field of material and only the width of a sidewalk. I understand that that would necessitate perhaps the applicant having to go to the planning board. I'm not suggesting that, but I do think that that is why I say it's a poor fit, perpetuating a poor fit.
Well, all brick is fine.
So I think all brick is good.
Yeah.
The fence meets our guidelines subject to plant material every other section.
Yep.
And personally, I think it should be board fence. Historically, they weren't making lattice fence like that.
Are we talking about the one on the
Yeah.
top there?
Tall one.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyways, those are my comments.
Do you want a 5 and-
Last is AC. This, where the AC is gonna go?
On the left.
Yeah.
Right there, behind a 4-foot natural weather.
I just saw the pool equipment. Okay, thank you.
Did you want a solid board 6 or a 5 and 1?
I believe it should be a solid board.
Okay,
6 feet.
Yeah, I mean, that's, we have it on Pine Street.
and they're all over down there.
We have them downtown. There's this 5 and 1 lattice.
Could I
Yeah, please.
I just want to say that I think in this area where it's marshland and it's near the harbor, that I think adding a trellis makes it a little bit more suburban looking, and I would be more okay with just a 5-foot natural board fence going down. You would, that seems to be more appropriate to me. But
I think it's more to protect the neighbor to the north, frankly, because they're very close to their setback.
Okay. So I'll split the baby on this one. I'm gonna say, I'm not really in love with the 5 and 1 thing. I think it's a little dressy. I'd like it simpler.
Okay.
So why don't we keep it at 5 feet for the board fence? So I think we're looking for a motion that would say all brick on the drive, flared, curving out as you approach Mariners Way. Looking for, to Val's point, photographs of all of the elements that you have, identification of the fact that the condenser enclosure is going to be a 4-foot board fence,
Yep.
In other words, complete the application through staff, making sure that we have all pictures and so forth of all the things that we need. And to go from a 5 and 1 to just a 5-foot board fence running down, that would be the northern side of the property.
With
And the front walk.
vegetation
With
on
the
neighbor
vegetation,
side.
every other
Section.
isn't that the way it is? Every
No.
other section?
Is it on our side or the
Their
neighbor's?
neighbor side.
It typically you cut a hole in the bottom and plant it in between and it grows up.
Yeah.
And then the front walkway?
Yeah.
Brick
And the
The
front
front walkway is already.
Say
brick.
that.
and running bond.
and running bond. And that's my motion through staff.
There it is. Okay, on Stephen's motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There you go.
Thank you. And just so you know, all the photos, Val, are in the file.
I know, but here's
Okay.
the thing, Linda.
they're up
we
here.
have to view them as we get the link.
Yeah,
We're
it's
gonna
not in
go
our
into
little
the
thing.
office.
Yeah, they're on the link also, but they're
okay,
small.
enough of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're to 55 Easton and Stephen is chairing this one.
Okay, we're gonna be a little less unruly on this one, guys. Is Jason here?
I'm here. Are you hear me
Hey,
okay?
Jason. Yep, just give us a minute. Once you see it queued up, you can go. We'll ask any questions, we'll get staff comments, and then we'll close comments for deliberation. I need more doodle room. I need more doodle room on my agenda too. It's
Oh, I got a doodle agenda here. You want it?
too late. I started. It'll mess me up. But thank you. I appreciate the offer. Oh, by the way. These are good fish. So. Okay, I didn't know if you knew that.
Just for fun?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's good. Want some?
Yeah.
But be careful. It goes a long way. Okay. Do we have it queued up yet? Let's see.
Not very clear.
No, it brings them in every now and
Jason?
Yes. Sorry, I forgot for a moment I was chairing. Go
All right.
ahead, please.
Okay, there was a hold for more information. I asked Hollis Webb to come review the windows as well as I had previously already asked Brooke Meerbergen, and I had them both offer their opinion on the current state and condition of the windows and if they could be restored or not. Those we included in this packet is in both in summary, we don't believe it's possible. I mean, well, you know, anything's possible, as most people would say, but don't think it's worth restoring those windows. Hollis's comments lean towards at least saving some of any of the old glass and have them remade in a new sash replica and fit into a new replica window. So for this app, so what we're looking for after hearing that comment is to say we'd like to build replica windows with the and using that Benheim glass and I highlighted on the elevations which ones those would be. Basically all the first floor windows in the old house, and then all the rest being standard glass upstairs, in the third floor. And then we are proposing SDL lights in the new addition off the rear.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Jason, I do. When you say worth, not worth it, I presume you're referring to it's impractical with respect to the extent of work that or modifications that have been done to the sash prior to your involvement?
That's correct. So Hollis did look at the windows. They've been overplowed out. He's like, you have basically half a window left here. Many of the sashes, even in the current, like the front of the house, the front triple gang window, there's actually no old historic glass in those windows regardless. But if you look at Hollis's comments, he did think that maybe if you could save that, that'd be what he would attempt to do. He also didn't think they'd be very energy efficient at all, trying to rebuild windows the way in their current state.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure I understood if that was qualified. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the Windward, the 1912 Radford Bungalow Kit House, which you all recently approved in addition, as well as issued us a historic determination. Appreciate both the expert opinions of Brooke and Hollis Webb. I actually professionally really lean towards Hollis's recommendation, as I agree with his remarks on the architecture. It's a classic example of a 20th century bungalow. And retaining the glass while restoring the sash is warranted. He actually mentions in here, the glass in 55 Easton is, in my opinion, worth saving. The sash itself is a different story. The original sash was weighted. During a renovation in the 70s, all sash weights were removed and the sash was altered to install the spring-assisted plastic inserts. Unfortunately, during this process, deep channels were milled into the styles of each sash. This process removed tenons ends and the sash will never again structurally be sound. And I'll notate that's what Jason had indicated in his detailed window survey. This is a historic house, and the commission approved a historic determination, stating as such, the windows should be restored. And any windows that don't have glass that can be restored with should use that Benenheim glass where it's needed. But also any of the new windows should be TDL, not SDL as proposed. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Before we move on, I just want to get a clarification. Hollis's recommendation was that the sash be replaced and the window, the glass panes be retained and reutilized in replica sash. When you say restored in your comments, that's what you're referring to, or you're saying keep the sash and work on the wood to retain it,
Keep the glass,
but not the sash.
but not the sash.
Okay, I
Actually,
just wanted to make sure I
remake the sash.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Anyone from the public? Any abutters?
Dave, it's Mickey.
Okay, no abutters? Okay, Mickey, go ahead and please just at the start of the meeting, identify the group that you're speaking for.
It's Mickey Rowland and myself, Angus McLeod, Lucy Dillon, Mary Bergman, and Jason Leonardo Finger, formerly HSAB. So Angus had talked about this last week, and we're always going to take the opinion that restoring old sash is well worth the effort and time. It's maybe a little more money, but the windows will last longer when it's completed. So we prefer to see the whole sash restored. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Mickey. All right, commissioners, let's see, it again is. Gotta find myself here. Myself, Diane, and Abby.
I could go.
Go ahead.
I think the 4 windows, and I mean, I bet the triple on the first floor and the one to the side there, the left, should be restored as is. Sash is taken out, fill in the groove on the side and restore them as windows. The rest, I agree with Holly, should be SDL to go with TDLs to go with the more historic look. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
I am agreeing with that and with all these remarks saying with the TVLs.
Okay, thank you. So, Jason, it looks like the motion is going to be to, on the front, fill in the plows and retain the sash. And on the other windows to proceed as you've applied, per your application.
Can you repeat that again? So I understand that, and just, so they like to see, oh yeah, I'll let you repeat it and I'll ask the question, I guess.
Yeah, sure. So the concept is to retain the windows. It's the triple and one other one on the first floor porch,
On the far left,
far left.
yeah, it shows on the front, it shows on Easton Street.
Right. So the triple and a single on, I believe, the first floor that show on Easton, retain those. And then you can replace the other ones with replicant windows with the reutilizing the glass.
So those ones, try to reutilize the glass on all the windows, and then on the front, rebuild sashes.
No, front is going to be restore, and then the other windows are okay to replace subject to replication.
Okay. And then the front window, so the front window, just so we can look at that as an example, that window in the middle of that triple gang does not match the mutton profile doesn't match the other ones. It was taken from either a different part of the house at a later time. And it's actually, it doesn't match the profile, and something I talked about with Hollis. In addition, it's the interior of the muttons have been degraded so much because they've been sanded down over the years. They have no profile to the mutton anymore. And that's why I think both the people we had look at the windows said it's really not worth saving any part of the sash. Hollis thinking that glass would be where you could save the historic look, So I ask that you reconsider that part because
Jason, thanks. Yeah, I think, the group is, you got a 3-member board, and but I will make a suggestion. I don't know how this plays out with what you've got going on, but it seems to be saying that these particular windows are beyond reclamation. What do you guys think about if there are same size windows in other locations on the house, relocating the sash to the front and then restoring them?
Yeah, wouldn't that work?
I don't know why not.
I think would be.
I don't want him to feel like he's chained to using those particular windows if they're not really salvageable.
Right.
I'm just
Yeah.
looking at what he submitted and they look. So I don't,
Right, I just don't know what particular window that is versus the one.
these are the three in the front.
Those are the three in the front.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your pleasure, ladies?
Mine was to restore the ones, the triple gang and the one on the left, and then the others TDL.
Okay, and,
I'd like to,
but there's, go ahead, I'm sorry.
could he not try? And if it's absolutely virtually impossible, then come up with another thing. At
Yeah.
least try to restore. One of them, say they can't restore is one thing, but if that's what we need in those three windows, I think he should try, and he can always come back and say it's impossible and show us why.
Okay.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so the motion is
Is that
to
okay?
restore the triple and the single on the left. I don't have the elevations in front of me, so it's hard to be. That's, all windows will be TDL. The other windows, will be, replications, and to the extent possible, reutilize the glass.
And
And
sorry,
that's the motion.
Yeah.
what about the rear windows on the addition? Sorry, I guess I'm confused.
Are they part of the application currently?
Yeah, we wanted to change, that part of the application was to change the ones on the new addition to be the SDLs.
Oh.
No, I think the recommendation was TDL for everything. So we have a motion. I think we kind of need to move forward on this.
But yeah, was that Diane? So
We have the motion, so all in favor, say aye.
I,
Any opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously. And Jason, obviously you can come back if there's a problem for that triple and the one on the left.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was through staff.
Okay. Thank you.
Back to you,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Well, it's actually now, we're playing ping pong. It's Abby's chair at 79 Pocomo. Is Chip on?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, so as you can probably tell, Chip, Abby's chair in this one.
Yes, well, good evening, everyone. And if I can share the screen, I'd like to present what we've got. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Sharing screen. Okay, does everyone see that all right? You guys there?
oh, yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. This was viewed last week. On the top, we are looking at what was the application that we looked at last week. It was commented by some of the members of the board that the chimneys should go to the go outboard to the ends of that main mass and be made shorter so that they look more customary on the chimneys. I totally agree and think that that's an improvement. And then it was also, I had offered at the last meeting to make all of the widow's walk natural to weather. So that, and that note is on this drawing as well. So this is showing the chimneys moved out and all natural to weather for the widow's walk. And I turn over the board for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. Board members. Carrie, you had the great idea. Want to go first?
Well, I still have an issue, just the roof walk, the legs are, whether they're natural to weather or what, they're still so long. And I just think the whole static nature of this building, because it is so symmetrical, I still would like to see one chimney. I don't know, something has to break the static quality of this building for me. But I'm just one person, so
You're a big person. You were big on that. Stephen, do you have a view on that?
Yeah, I think we gotta lose the skirt. I keep saying that. It's too big. It makes that. It still looks like a hat. No offense, Chip, but it's, this roof block has taken on an identity of its own. And I believe we asked for it to be smaller. It doesn't look tremendously smaller to me. It actually looks like the drawings are shifted, but maybe that's parallax error. So, I don't think it's appropriate as proposed, again.
The chimneys?
Chimneys, I have no concerns with. I think that they help and I appreciate the change.
Yeah, okay, Diane.
I appreciate the change in chimneys, but I think we need two. I don't know whether it's the legs of the windows walk, the roof walk that makes it look so long. But it does look too long. Is there some reason they can't come down a little bit? It doesn't seem to be any architecture that's in its way. Could it come down so it isn't so high? The skirt.
Can we see the side?
Through the chair, should I answer that?
Oh, Chip, also, could you show us the side so we can see the?
Yeah, absolutely.
On the ridge.
Oh, Val, you're on this.
Yeah. It's really.
There we go. This
Okay.
is the end. I've got a thought, if I could share it.
Okay,
the
can we
chair?
just hear from Val for?
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yep.
I agree with what's been said.
The legs and the.
If it was open, it might not be as egregious, the long legs. It's because it's of its width and the pitch of the roof is what's driving the length of the legs. So,
It's a gable forward.
yeah.
That's like half the whole.
What was your idea, Chip?
I had a couple of ideas. Let me just pull it back to that front elevation. So one idea would be that we could add a trim board beneath the trim board, the horizontal trim board that is there, that would mitigate the height of the legs in the skirt. And also we could shorten it. We could pull it in a foot on each side and that would also shorten it, shorten the length of the legs.
Right, okay. What's the feeling of the board?
It's gonna look like a hat with a bib on it.
I think that the extra trim board is just gonna,
Exacerbate
isn't it gonna hit the top of the gable there?
Yeah.
Building it out.
Oh,
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we reduce the width as viewed from the front by at least 2 feet and remove the skirt. And I acknowledge that this is still gonna look odd, but in a two-dimensional drawing, but in real life, it's going to look more appropriate than having this large structure on top. It reminds me of a structure on Eel Point where we being the
Royal.
institution of the HDC made a mistake. And I don't wish to repeat that.
okay. I like that motion. On Stephen's motion, Val, Diane,
Are we
reduce the roof block by
Are we
2
going to
feet.
see it, Steve?
Yeah.
Just,
And no skirt.
And no skirt. You
right,
want to see it, right?
I wondered if we were going to see the final drawing.
Yeah, you want to see it, don't you?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
And is that natural to weather?
Yeah.
Okay.
And natural to weather, or an invisible green. No.
Eh,
So not through staff, you're making this as a suggestion to come back.
I'm making a motion to do specific revisions and bring it back.
Okay.
good.
Okay,
I'm
Ca-
for that.
Carry on that motion, and I'm an aye.
So, unfortunately, some of your microphones are hard to hear, and Stephen, yours was one I couldn't quite hear.
Oh,
So let me
Stephen.
just read it back. I believe it was to make it 2 feet shorter, east-west, remove the skirt, and keep it all natural. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think the consensus on the new chimney placement was the majority, so.
We like the new chimney.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we do. So,
And then, and we can't do that through staff?
No, I will want to see it, okay?
Okay, got it. Check.
all right. Thank you, Chip.
Thank you, everyone. See you in a bit.
I didn't mean to.
Oh,
be
no, you're
rude.
gonna have, I had this problem last time trying to figure out how to unshare. Oh, there we go. I got it.
Stephen, you're chairing this, so.
All right, so we are on to 32 Hulbert Ave, fenestration revisions. Lisa, your board is myself, Diane, Abby, and Val, and Connie.
Connie, yes. And the notes that I had from last time were to hold for minor revisions. The major concerns were on the Willard Street side, which is the west elevation. And so
32 Albert Avenue, Fenestration.
Holly, would you mind getting rid of the people?
Oh, yeah.
No offense to people.
was there another second? Okay, well, we can look at this elevation because there's one other elevation change. This was the original submission had a much wider dormer that I sent in last time, and there was a suggestion to make it the same window that was in the dormer to the left and pull the dormer in and make it less wide. So we took care of that. And then the other change was on the south, we did two options showing 2 ganged windows versus the 3 ganged windows. And do you want me to, I don't know if you guys have those. We just felt like the 2 windows looked a little skimpy on the wide gambrel and preferred the 3. And we did add the wider mutton between the windows.
Can we go to that drawing, please? South elevation, the one that's bubbled, correct? So A 2.3.1. Oh.
There it is.
The Ides of March.
Is that
God, no.
today?
No, that's past.
That's the 17th, right?
It's pretty close.
15.
Oh, look at that crochet.
There, so that shows the,
North.
that's the north. I don't know if there's the previous where the dormer was much wider.
This is on Willard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the suggestion was making that dormer on Willard narrower and to use the double windows that are similar in the dormer on the main mast.
Okay.
And then you go to the south.
It's north, but the sheet says west. And just for reference, I thought you said it was the north.
I think it's south.
It seems like everything's blurry tonight unless it's my eyeball.
Can you zoom in a little bit on this one that you have up currently?
That's the south. So those are the 2 options.
Right.
The
Can
original
we- I'm
applicant-
sorry, before you go, can we go back to the last one?
And zoom in.
Yeah, so these are,
That's west.
what,
That's Willard.
oh, I see. I'm looking at this one on the bottom. It says north.
It's
Yeah.
not really.
But it's, something's off. Okay, and then can you scroll down into the left?
That was the original previously approved. Then to the right is the last submission.
Right, but did we change the orientation of the house?
No.
So this says north and that says west.
Oh, okay. Well, that's wrong.
But it is west.
It's west. It's facing.
Okay,
the
yeah, I
west.
just want to make sure we're
Sorry,
clear.
I didn't notice.
Okay, so go ahead, please, Lisa, sorry.
Okay. Then back to the south. Which is still south. We had originally ganged windows, and I think, Stephen, you had made the suggestion of putting the wider meeting rail in between that makes them look like they're weight and chain windows, which we showed an option with 3 windows and then one with 2, which we thought looked a little small for that gambrel.
Okay.
And then the last change, which is on the north elevation, is because of the arrangement of the deck, we want to take the openings and rearrange them. So originally we had 1 pair of French doors and 2 pairs of ganged windows. We want to do single doors with 4 windows in the middle
Okay.
so that he can put a table in between those 4 windows and circulate around rather than walking in the middle from a French door right into a table.
And this is the front of the house.
That's the house. Yeah.
And that's right on Hulbert.
Yeah, that's right. So it's the same amount of fenestration. It's just changed. It's just oriented differently.
Questions before we go to staff?
Don't either.
Oh,
that's
it was
right
added, Val. That's why.
Pardon me?
It was
Lisa?
adjusted based on from the first time we submitted this, which was a month ago or something.
So do we have this? Okay.
But the staff hasn't.
Okay, so I think let's just make sure we're clear. On the north, we're looking at a revision of a smaller dormer. Fenestrate slight with the fenestration.
It's
The
west.
West, sorry, I'm still on the north.
This is north.
The
Steve,
north,
what's up
we're
there
looking
right
at
now?
the
What's up?
window and the
That's the-
doors. And the south, we're looking at the,
3 windows versus 2 with the added space at the Mutton.
so keep in mind on the south, there's an option. So on the
Yes.
left and then in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, is there questions on what material we're reviewing? Okay, is there questions on the material itself? And Val, we'll go through and look at each one so you can comment when we get to commenting section. Okay? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an infill dwelling within the historic district of the Brant Point neighborhood and complying with Resilient Nantucket, our design guidelines for elevated structures. At first, I had no concerns with the window changes based on because it's the first time I'm seeing this as well. My only comment would be I appreciate the change on the west elevation, that fenestration change. And my comment on this elevation would be that the 2 gang dormers seem to be better within that space than the 3. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Any abutters? Any public?
Steve,
Okay, Mickey, go ahead.
I think I'm looking at, could you go back to the north elevation? I don't think I remember seeing exactly.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen that, Mickey, because it was just submitted last week.
Okay,
I mean-
could you just zoom in a little bit on the north so I can see it a little better? It just, are those doors? Oh no, those are all windows.
Doors on either side, windows in the middle.
Yeah, I guess my comment on that, I mean, we've previously, kind of like Holly, we didn't have any concerns about the window changes until I'm looking at it now. And it just looks like really tall windows kind of out of scale proportionately. You know, I don't mind the splitting the doors to the side, but it just seems like the window should be a little shorter, more of a window size scale.
More like the ones in the left gambrel.
Yeah, or the ones
Yeah.
below it. I mean, just, you know,
Yeah.
those are floor to ceiling, you know,
Mhm.
all the way down to the floor. And our only other comment on this, and we've said it before, was that it seems like the piers in the foundation are just being at the corners. It looks structurally unsupported. As if you're gonna have brick piers, they should be spaced more frequently to show real structural support. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mickey. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Okay.
I think it's a great looking house, but I think the revisions are over fenestrated. For instance, on the north, I prefer just a simple pair of French doors with windows on either side in that central.
It was approved with French doors and pairs of windows on either side
Yeah.
previously.
Yeah, I'm more of a I think the windows are sort of over glassed over. So I prefer the windows as you had it before.
Okay.
And can we go elevation by elevation? Can we go to the south where we have the option?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm going with, I think I'd rather just not even gang them. I just do two spread out, just to keep it simple. I think less is more here. And then one of the sides has one more comment on I think it's the
West.
it's one of the sides where you have, yeah, so so this is the west elevation where you did have just a single shed. I think
Mhm.
that's so beautiful, Lisa. It's
I
just
know.
so simple.
I,
And I think that that's okay, but it's bordering sort of.
I know
over-
programmatically, unfortunately, I think we need the space upstairs. And so we tried to reduce it based on the last meeting's comments as much as we could.
Well, I love the simplicity of that far left one where you just have a single shed dormer. Thank you.
Diane?
Yeah, looking at it, and it's a great house. I just think it has got too many windows, particularly on the second floor. And I think, as Abby brought up, that the what is it, south elevation, where instead of having the 4, you'd have one and the other windows. And I would like to see, I guess it is the south, it doesn't seem to have any denote here of which one it is. But I think perhaps not having so many mulled windows would be good. If this is the south elevation, the thing way over to the left could have one window. It instead of having 2 windows. I feel there's a lot of windows, and they're all heavy, they're all mulled. And it just seems to me that a sort of typical Nantucket house, of which this is in the area of, would not have so many mulled windows. I don't know if it can be reduced down to less. I would like that. I guess that other elevation I mentioned must be north, because I found the south elevation and it puts a lot of light in people's bedrooms up there, that middle dormer with the 3 windows in it. We could have 2, so it didn't have 2 sets of 3 windows right next to each other. I just,
Too many windows?
yeah,
Okay,
that's all.
okay, fair enough. Yeah,
South, the 2 windows, not the 3, and the north. The smaller size windows in the middle, if you're gonna do that. With the 2 singles on the side, like that match the other ones.
Mhm.
And that was it, right?
In the west, with
The
just
west.
reducing that dormer.
Before
from
we
the
go
last
to the
issue.
west,
Yeah, the west I'm okay with.
on the north L, when you say that match the windows below or the windows to the left?
The windows that are the common size on the second floor as opposed to the floor to ceiling windows.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Also, I agree, south, the 2 windows, the west, I like the dormer reduced in size, and the north, I'm in favor of smaller windows, not the floor to ceiling.
I agree with Connie, who agrees with Val. I will comment, when we look back at this era, it's gonna be houses are too tall and too many dormers, but that's to your point about the dormer, the single one being most appropriate, but 2 works, the revision works for me. I think it's appropriate. How about a motion, Val? Through staff.
Geez, I didn't even have this on, sorry. Motion to approve through staff with the, is that north?
Yeah.
The north facade on the second floor having the more typical size windows, not the floor to ceiling, and the two doors. The west, I just went away from it. Having the dormer that you reduced, that was fine, and the
2 windows on the south.
the south, yeah, 2 windows option. That's my motion.
All in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. Yeah, I think you can take a nap.
I just did.
Oh, you got another one coming. You know, as you're getting a little bit older. I've got till number 12.
Yeah.
Number
you got a
13,
long
right.
run.
Okay, we've got 10 Lincoln Ave up next. It's a twofer, same board. Matt, welcome. It's myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Jesse. And our alternates are Carrie and Connie. So in reserve. And when you
Okay.
see it up there, why don't you go ahead, Matt?
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just to recap, this is actually a partial demo. If you recall, the board approved a pool house on the property, and we modeled the pool house on this garage. We actually went back and revised it, so the footprint is identical, the roof pitches are identical, the trim details are identical. The garage doors are actually also part of the pool house. So we had come in here originally seeking a demolition of this existing garage, and got some feedback that the board would like us to try to reuse as much of these existing structure as possible. So that's where we're calling it a partial demolition. Our intent here is to use as much of the existing frame as possible in the new design. So the application before you is for a partial demo, not a demo or move. So look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Questions for Matt on the move or the demo portions? Non-move and partial demo.
Partial.
Okay,
I'm still writing the other one, sorry.
okay, yeah, that's fine. We can, Holly, why don't you go ahead?
I actually have a question on that.
Yeah.
So it's a
please.
partial demo because it's going to be utilized into the what structure?
Into the pool house
Pool house.
that we actually, you had approved it one way. It was very similar in terms of its size. And so the idea was to, replicate the structure. And so we came back to the board, revised it accordingly. So it meets the exact footprint, plate height, roof pitch, trim details, garage doors.
And that's been approved already?
Yes.
Okay.
Any others?
Okay. Mr. Chair, I just
Yep.
wanted to mention as far as, the structure itself, because I remember that there was questions on its contributing status and all that. There is an HDC survey on file. It actually has a name as the Isabel Proudfit Garage, NAN.1646 from the 1989 effort. And Isabel owned the main house in 1948. And therefore that's where staff had came to the conclusion that this garage is approximately from the 1940s or 50s. There was in 1999 a permitted shed addition to this pre-existing non-conforming structure. I'm glad to hear that this structure is going to be utilized some fashion on the lot. I did want to mention anecdotally that I personally knew the previous caretaker of this property who had it for many years. And for the record, that would be my own father. So that way everybody knows. And he's been in the contracting business since he was 16. He said that at least in the 1940s or 50s, he said that, where did he say here? Because of the framing and sheathing, you can see that on the inside. And he did mention that as he understood that there's no satellite information from 1949 and 1957. So somewhere during this time frame, the garage was built. And there's actually, this is that same era that not only did my great grandfather build structures, but Mr. Taylor, you remember him up on North Liberty Street, Mr. Jelemy. So it's that era of the 50s. So that would be my comment. I guess my only concern, Mr. Chair, is with this being a partial demo, we would have to have the application, if it hasn't been already, amended from the demo move original application. Thank you.
Thanks. Matt, I have a question. So can we go to the floor plan, please? Matt, I apologize. I was kind of flipping through pages here and some other meeting notes. Did you say that the partial demo is in order to reuse the building, reuse the remainder for the cabana, or that's no longer?
Yes, that is the
Okay.
case. And
So on that topic, I would like to understand, looking at the floor plan, what will be demoed?
the foundation, the slab, the goal is to try and retain all the whatever sheathing is, reusable, and as much of the roof structure as possible, and the garage doors.
Okay, and what's the significance of the significance of
I
the
think
pochade?
we pochade that just to indicate that there would be some portion of the structure that would be retained, but I'd assume a majority of the sheathing, like I said, roof rafters and garage doors. To answer Holly's question, we did amend the application.
Okay, thank you. I just, because it bleeds out of the question. I think it's fair to say we're all going to want to know exactly what would be retained versus having one wall pochade to represent that something will be retained. Am I out of place by suggesting that?
No,
Okay, so Matt, you would need, I think, in order for this to move forward this evening, to identify specifically the walls. And then, obviously you've referenced rafters and sheathing, but I think we need better clarity on what's being retained.
I can update what we intend to, depending on the condition of it, as we, remove shingles, certain things will be revealed, but I can definitely give you an itemized list of things that we intend to retain.
Okay, I think we're going to need that for discussion though. Not a list, but a narrative.
I'm happy to provide that, like a through staff kind of thing, or?
well, so what's missing for me, Mr. Chair? if I
Please go
may,
ahead. Why don't we?
Is I don't recall what the intended cabana is supposed to look like, even though I know it's emulating this, so it would help for me to have that. Or is it exactly?
The main mass, if you could hold on like the gable view, which would be the east or the west. So that main mass is being retained. And there is a side porch that's similar in scale,
Yeah,
but it
it's-
is an open covered porch there. So we could submit that as well as part of the application.
No. Okay.
I mean, our
Val,
hope
other
would be to,
thoughts? I mean, basically you want a demo plan and you want to see the other building next to it,
I don't recall it.
drawing wise.
Yeah, and so I feel like I'd be saying yes to something I don't really remember. And is it turning sideways, obviously, to look at the pool? That's the kind of thing that is just missing for me.
So Matt,
I'm
before,
not trying to be difficult.
no,
and-
may I?
Yeah,
So I think before we proceed with this, I'm going to suggest we hold this. And Matt, you can tell us in the next application, which is the cabana, and if it's not, it will be. And we can take a look at it and you can identify what portions of that structure will be from this structure. So we have a better idea now that we've seen this, and we can try and gel our thoughts.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm not adverse to it moving back there.
By the way, Matt, nice
Yeah.
haircut.
oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Got it down to 2 a year. You let it grow out and then you go short. Mr. Chair, so the next application is actually for the garage. The cabana you've already approved. So I would have to, you won't be looking at that. That won't be on your agenda tonight.
So yes, Thank you. I was hoping it was.
Could I make a suggestion?
Yeah, please, let's hear what you got.
Is it possible to perhaps come back next week? Because it's been 7 weeks since you guys saw this, and just to keep it fresh in everyone's memory, if I could come back next week with that itemized list of what we plan to retain, plus we can submit a copy of the approved cabana.
Yeah, I think the motion would be to return next week. It would include a demo plan with itemization as opposed to a list, and elevations, demo plans and elevations, and of the existing garage and the cabana to show where those parts and pieces are going. So two
Sure.
sets of drawings in one application.
Happy to do that.
Okay, does that sound fair to you guys?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, how, Val, is that your motion?
that's my motion.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, we're kicking the can though. Let's see if we can get some business done. New garage.
So. Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I can jump right into it.
Yep, please.
So this is an application for a garage. The board has seen this previously. Just to recap, we did start off, for what it's worth, looking at second stories and more elaborate versions of this. And so ultimately what the owners are looking for is basically a garage for car storage. So when you had seen it previously, we had a pent roof on the front. The ridge height was probably about 2 feet taller. The fenestration was more varied. And we had different garage doors. We actually had the same garage doors that we're using on the cabana. And I think that the consensus was that you would prefer to see, more glass that was more in proportional relationship to the house. We actually have a couple of perspectives, which I thought would be helpful further down. So a lot of discussion revolved around the location of the garage itself. And so what we did is we actually pushed it really far back on the property. It now sits back probably 20 plus 24 feet from the face of the porch. So it's tucked pretty far back there. That was something that the board had asked for as a consensus. You also asked us to change the glass size of the gable front window. Basically, it's a 6 light. We had a smaller, more vertical orientation. I think the board asked for a more horizontal application. So it's small. We shrunk it. We simplified it. We removed the pent roof. We changed the garage doors to a more successful, I think, proportion. So it's a fairly simple structure, and look forward to board's comments. You may also want to look at, I think we have some perspectives a little bit further down too. Another sheet. Just to show its relationship. The existing structure is a fairly large structure. And so this is a small diminutive garage. And there certainly is precedent for garages on the street. Across the street, there's garages that are in front of the house. So you can see, I just want to show you those two perspectives to show you the garage on the left, how far back it's pushed. I think with the vegetation and screening, it's going to, look like a fairly diminutive player in the overall composition. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Questions for Matt on orientation, location, revisions? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So appreciate the revised location as building with Nantucket in mind indicates that it should be set back behind the house. So I believe this is a better location than what was previously submitted. And also appreciate the garage design redesign. I note that it's 17 foot, 10 inches to the ridge. That gable window, I know you just mentioned it, but I believe it looks squatty as a 6 light, and maybe just a smaller 4 light would do the trick. Appreciate the fenestration complementing the historic 1902 binnacle. Some garages in the area were historically hipped, and I was just curious if a hipped roof was looked at.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Holly. So we did actually, ironically, I started with that and it looked terrible. It looked so odd. And I even showed it to our client and he said, "Are you serious?" So we looked at it. I think the proportion it just made it look really odd. So we did look at that. A couple of different versions, actually. We had one that actually had a shallower pitch with a small gable facade as well, but they all just looked odd. So we went simpler.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Holly. Any butters? Public?
Sure. Peter Ernst,
Hold on,
through the chair.
Hold on 1 second.
There's no butter.
Okay, why don't we let the abutter go? Please identify yourself for the record. Keep this to architectural elements, concerns with respect to appropriateness under a building with Nantucket in mind. Thank you.
Good. Mr. Chairman, my name is Peter Ernst, and I'm speaking on behalf of the neighbors at 11 and 13 Lincoln. As the third time that the 10 Lincoln new garage has come before HDC, the second time with revisions from your comments. The proposed siding of the 10 Lincoln new garage remains unnecessarily prominent from public views on Lincoln Avenue. Previous HDC comments, January 31st, for example, focused on siting the new garage back in the property and away from Lincoln Avenue. Please note that there's nothing in the current location of the proposed new garage, and the existing garage is currently in the back of the lot. The revision did not address HDC comments. I think the actual distance that was moved in this revision is more along the lines of between 5 to 10 feet as compared to the original design, which I agree would be 20 feet. Still, I would like to thank HTC for its continued rigor in considering the appropriateness of proposals and for ensuring that we build and site with Nantucket in mind. I'm available through the chair to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it. Anyone else, Holly? Okay. Who'd like to go?
Steve?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mickey.
That's fine. So we, we've said this before regarding this design, that the original garage has the gables facing the side, and the gable forward just seems to be too sort of prominent, and I think it'd be more appropriate for the gable to be facing sideways. And also, I think it's worth exploring the hip roof. I think the garage across the street has a hip roof. I think it's a style that was used on many garages back in that period. So I think that's worth considering too. If you could pull up the front of the front elevation of the garage, zoom in on the front. It's just, these are somewhat details. First of all, the garage door is 8.5 feet tall, which to me seems pretty out of scale for most garage doors of that era. The lights on the garage door are kind of horizontally oriented rather than vertical, which we usually like to see. And there's no trim around the garage door. There's no casing. So that just seems to be kind of an odd arrangement. You normally have a side and a head casing. And that is it. Thanks very much. Oh, and yeah, in terms of the siding, it's pulled up sort of along the same edge of the side addition to the house. If that were pushed back at least a couple of feet more, it would show a little bit of variation rather than a plain, right parallel to that edge of the building. I think it would be just 2 or 3 feet back further would be even better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
Mr. Chair, I think that the casings just was a drafting error glitch. So there should be a 1x4, 5/4x4 casing around the garage door itself.
These aren't those newfangled recessed.
No, I just mixed that myself.
Okay, well, that's happening all over the place. It's going to be like solar pretty soon. Just teasing. Val, would you like to start?
Yeah, I appreciate the stature of this as opposed to the first one. And I've been sketching this and trying to show it to you. I think you can still achieve what you want to do. Just make a front portion eave forward, and then keep the rest of it how you have it, and have little lights on the side. and it would read more as if it was the historic one that was there, but that's it. I appreciate the height. Yeah,
Okay.
I
Thank you.
was sketching like you could do E forward on part of it and then the gable going back
Okay.
make it seem, yeah.
We could do that.
Anyway.
Just as a suggestion, not designing a table.
No, but I did it ahead of time.
I know, I'm teasing you.
Can I-
Abby?
because
Beautiful
I just
sketch.
did the same thing, and I think what, the gable forward, it draws a lot of attention to it, where, E forward would be a lot quieter. I still have a bit of a problem with it competing with the main building. And I was hoping it was going further back, so it wouldn't conflict with the left-hand side of the house itself. So it also is, it seems a little shoehorned in there. It's like right near the property line, right near the house. If it could go back a little bit off, away from that wing on the far left of the main house, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, let's see. Jesse is on this. Jesse?
Did you go?
He
didn't ask
pretty
me
good
yet.
with the design, although I like the idea of the narrower window.
That's it? Okay, Diane?
I like what I just saw that Val had drawn up. I think that gives the building a little definition and copying the main house. So I think that is good. I appreciate them using the old garage
Mm.
as part of the cabana. I think that's very good, Matt. Thank you. It's a nice building and it will fit
Live
in
on.
there, I think. So that's it.
Okay, I think that we've seen this too much, so I'm gonna try and build consensus on a motion so we can move this to see it one last time with specific changes so that it's done and over with. Is there consensus that there was consensus that it needs to be moved back further? Is there anyone who thinks it's good where it is?
No, moving back is, I
To the
think,
back side of the jog? Okay. Is there, I heard some concern about the door casements. We understand that was a drafting error. The garage door style was a concern or no?
no, it mimics what was there. They're just
Okay,
taller.
just double checking. But height is fine at 8.6.
What is it?
The garage doors at 8.6 are okay.
Pretty standard.
Yeah, because he's
Just want to make sure there's no, okay. Height of the building is okay. You want the no more gable forward? Okay. So why don't we get a motion to move it back
2 feet.
the face of the garage to the rear corner of the jog of the main structure? And to address the gable forward.
that's
So
an emotion.
Okay, no, man, I'm sorry, I hate to do this, but we just talked about at the beginning of the meeting, we are going back through applications again and again. If you want to bring options, you're more than welcome to.
that's what I was gonna
Yeah,
suggest.
there's
is to-
no, I'm not trying to preclude that.
Yeah,
but-
I was gonna, so I think we can go gable, I'm sorry, E forward, not increase the height. Do an intersecting gable off the rear. That would eliminate the gable end window issue. Obviously add the casing to the garage doors. And I was hoping we could push it back 3 feet. And that would be my suggestion.
Okay, so the motion is going to be again, add casings, E forward and move it back to the rear corner of the jog. Matt, if you want to present the option of it moved halfway back or something like that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Please do. All in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Is that a, that's not a through staff, right? That's a whole.
No, because we're gonna hear it and that'll be,
Well, can I pull that?
we want to do all these next week together, done.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
I want to get away from February.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, we're moving on to 2, 4, and 6 Highland Ave. Keep in mind, it's 5:45 and we've gotten through probably 5 applications.
This one's going to be quick. It's a joke.
Okay, Matt,
Hopefully
you know the drill.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the board has seen this project previously. It's 2, 4, and 6 Highland Ave. It actually could be 3 lots. Currently, just to reiterate, it's families purchasing it. It's 2 brothers. The plan currently is we're heading towards subdividing it into 2 lots, but the plan is still the same. So a majority of the conversation revolved around the primary dwelling. You did review the second dwelling, or dwelling 2 is what I'm calling it. I think the consensus was that people liked dwelling 2. And so we may want to start with a site plan if we could, just to show you what we've done. I think those are the previous drawings. So in short, the previous proposal was basically, we had 3 gables facing forward. Some of the comments were that it was overly detailed, somewhat ornate, and that the house was a little bit longer than the board would prefer. And so we made a very significant change and really reduced the overall length. And we eliminated the 3 gable forward approach. And so the 2 side elevations or side massing additions are eave forward. On the right side we have a flush shed dormer. On the left side, because it's a corner lot, we actually went with basically kind of a 0 second floor plate height. And so the eave line actually hits at the 1-story level. In terms of the site planning, what we've done is taken the structure, we've reduced the length significantly, allow us to kind of slide the house to the left of the property towards the northwest, I guess. We've also added some program towards the back of the property. That was another comment that the board had asked to take some of the program that was contributing to the length and slide it to the back of the property. And that's what I've done. You can kind of see that in the upper left-hand quadrant, the left additive mass, if you will. It also gave us a little bit more breathing room between the garage, which you haven't seen yet. The other important thing, if we could just go back to that really briefly, is is that one of the comments was you'd like to see the facade of dwelling 2. Now, we're going to look at dwelling 2 as the next application, but I just thought it was important to talk about the bigger pieces. We really drilled down on the site plan, took everything the board had said to heart, and made some really dramatic changes. So with that, I think we can go to the elevations. Thanks. So we did actually submit a supplemental set that had just black and white. So, which I know these can be like hard to read on the screen. So basically what you'll see is we've clouded the outline of the previous length of the structure. So you can see how much mass we've taken out of the overall length. The other piece is we've eliminated the ornamentation. We've had the previous iteration, we had columns that were like 2 columns with a shingled base. And we've eliminated that, gone to just a simple column. It does have a slight taper to it. We also eliminated the gable front porch entry shingled gable facade in lieu of just a hip, just to kind of soften the edge and basically to simplify it, if you could, to simplify it. Esmeralda, can we zoom in on that front facade just so the resolution? It's super light. That's better. So you can see on the right side what we've done. We've got a additive massing component here, flush shed dormers on the right side, 2 freestanding shed dormers on the left. We've added a 1-story element off the facade, excuse me, on the left side to really drop that eave line down. So the house doesn't look, vertical, if you will. And then we have a series of smaller additive masses to the left and right. So I feel like the primary facade is the most visible. And so we really concentrated on that. There wasn't a whole lot of discussion on the rear of the property. I don't know how visible that's going to be. The other change we made is we went away from 2/2s. And then Diane, you had suggested that the windows were a little bit tall and vertical. And so we've changed the proportions of all the windows, shrunk them so they're a little bit more balanced. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Let's see, do we have, Holly, do you have anything?
Yes, sir, I do. Thank you. So building number one, appreciate the revised location and the revisions as proposed. I do still think it's a little large, but appreciate the 3D renderings as well. It would be helpful to see a streetscape with the proposed structures and the existing to see how it fits into the neighborhood a little bit more. I do believe that the revisions proposed are moving in that direction, but obviously that would be very, very helpful for visualizing its appropriateness. As it does feel a little overwhelmed for this neighborhood. And I just want to remind the commission, if you're not aware, that looking at the site plan, that this is a corner lot. So it is uniquely viewed. It does have access from both sides. So just wanted to bring that point out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Any abutters?
Yeah. And you do have the button.
Okay, a butter first, please. Please identify yourself, your street address. Comments are with respect to architectural appropriateness. Keeping building with Nantucket in mind. Oh, you're still muted. Still muted. Can we demute from this end?
No.
She's trying to talk.
I think we need to, if we're going to stick with Zoom, if the state extends it, we need to look at the other format. So we have control over that.
No.
It's more control than here.
But your face is blacked out.
Well, your
That's
face is blacked out when you write a letter too.
Yeah, well, I want people to look me in the eye.
Well, that's more about acknowledgement. I don't want to argue the point. Facilitating the meeting is more important to me. We still have an abutter who can't speak.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if she wanted to speak or not, but I know Mickey does have.
Oh, this was pictures I put into the file of the area.
Okay, well, I guess we're not going to hear from the abutter.
Well, Mickey.
Mickey, yeah, guys, take it chill, everybody.
Okay,
Mickey?
thanks, Steve. So the length of the building is along Highland Avenue I think it's still a big issue. It's considerably longer than any other house in the neighborhood along Highland. I think I still think it's worth considering asking the applicant to consider this as an L-shaped building to retain some of the volume, but to reduce the length along Highland. And the roof walk is also still too wide. Typically roof walks are only about 8 feet wide, running side to side, looking at the gable. So this one has got to be longer than that. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. We do.
Yeah.
And what's her name?
I think it's Jimmy.
Jenny, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't really have anything to say. I just wanted to observe the meeting. So I'm sorry if I confused you all.
No, it's easy for you to do if it's me. Don't worry about it. Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. Does
Okay,
anyone have
sure.
questions for
Thanks.
Matt on the revisions or the layout? Okay. Then we'll go right to comments. Would like to start.
I'll go.
Carrie.
I appreciate your reducing it. It makes a difference, but I still think it's a little on the large side with some one-story massing on the street side would be great in the stepping down. I think the roof walk, as Mickey says, it's too wide. I would say mix it all together. It just seems too much on this house on the gable forward with such a steep roof pitch.
I also would like to understand the scale of your doors. I mean, you've got some windows that are 5.5 feet tall, so what does that make the doors, 8? Because you do have quite a few.
I don't, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe they're 8 foot tall. And we did include the scale graphic for reference if you have a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you've got some doors that look like they're probably 7 feet, and then the next ones up look like they're a whole foot taller, and I just think it's a little bit extensive. Trying to sort of minimize the impact of this building. Some of the scale issues, I think if everything could shrink down just by inches, it would do a whole lot to
Mhm.
create a more modest building on this corner lot.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Tanya, go ahead.
Question on those 4-panel French doors. They're 8 feet or so or more, and then the single French door is shorter, so maybe that's where it comes in. I thought also that roof walks were not particularly considered on a 1.5-story building, and isn't this a 1.5-story building?
Trying to be.
Borderline.
Yeah, this is trying to be, but it's sort of fudged.
We dropped.
Well, it is, but it's sort of fudged. I don't know. I don't think it's appropriate on this building. So I would be in favor of not having it there. Or if it's absolutely required, at least start the building and come with a test afterwards. But it doesn't, I don't think it particularly fits in. I think the building which I mentioned last time was quite long. Because this area is really rather funny, the houses that are there, they're not big Lincoln Ave and stuff houses. They're sort of built to fit into the area, so I don't know how you could reduce it, but or not make it quite so formal in its shape. That's
Just a few seconds.
what I would think for the time being. That's what I would go with.
Okay, and again, just want to remind everybody, if you guys, this doesn't reflect on Diane, but if you guys can say, I agree with so-and-so, it'll make it easier for me to facilitate a motion that's more directed for better results at the end. Val?
I appreciate the reduction. It's over 20 feet in width, which I certainly appreciate. However, the height remains the same, 29 something. I think, as I said in the last meeting, for me, it's a style. It's a style of house that's going from side to side in a neighborhood that goes front to back, which is more traditional. And I understand that it's a compilation of 3 lots knit together, but I think it's too incongruent of a style. I agree, nix the roof walk. I said that the first time. And let me see. I do appreciate that what you have done, the massing changes you have done are good. Moving in a great direction. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Val. So that leaves me. Oh, Abby, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so, yeah, I agree with what's been said about the roof walk. I would actually prefer to see a chimney, you know. I think this could really handle a chimney. I think the left and right massing, I'd like to see that come down to 1-story level, and maybe it could be lightened by like a sun porch or something that doesn't, this reads so blocky. I'd like to see it lighten up a little bit and sort of lose its length. It's telescoping on the left and right. So maybe simplify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate the changes, Matt. I think the simpler structure would help simplify the presentation, maybe less linear left to right. Try and make one of the structures subordinate. I think that the front porch is overly formal for this neighborhood. And to mention the window schedule, we asked for that before. Dimension heights should be like a standard on every application when we review them. On a house, you know, a small structure is probably not an issue.
Yeah.
So window and door, more modest length and height. The concept of the character and setting is an important one. The width of this it really isn't appropriate for that area. And the roof walk, I think there's not support on having that. And I think I heard a couple of whispers about a chimney. So where are we? We want to see you want to make a comment?
If I could, just about the context and the style of the house. A lot of the houses that have been built in the last number of years have been a result of subdividing larger scale properties. The majority of you go to the historic character of this neighborhood, these lots were all this size and they were subdivided into these really narrow 50-foot wide lots. And a majority of those houses, the front to back ones, were built in the last like 10 years. So I would submit to you that the historic vernacular in this lot in particular shouldn't necessarily be penalized because it's in its original form. Also, because it's a corner lot, I feel like the buildings adjacent to it, both on Cliff Road on the other side of the street, is actually a very long, beautiful building. I love that building. It's one of my favorite buildings. It's shingle style. It's you could say that's contextual or not, but and then across the street on Cliff Road as well. And in the immediate area at the other end of Highland, there's a house under construction right now that's beautiful. It's large, it's tall. You can make the case that that's Lincoln, but I would just ask you to be open to the fact that this is a lot that is in its original form, and that his houses of this, and I wouldn't even say that this is larger, but of this style, I guess, are conducive to the neighborhood historically, where in fact the ones that we're referencing, you know, the kind of the narrow shoehorned in ones are not necessarily, not that they're bad. I think that they're great, but I'm just saying that I don't want to necessarily be penalized because we've got like a little bit of a more room to work with. So.
Thanks, Matt. I wish you had brought that up earlier. I would have requested the non-historic structures advisory group, non-historic structures advisory board would then speak objectively at some length to that comment about the historical context versus the last 30 or 40 years. At this point, it puts us in a little bit of a position because we don't want to rush for the sake of rushing, but this is the third time we've heard this application. And let me please finish. It's not so much that we don't all enjoy sitting around talking about these at great length ad nauseum, but we need to kind of move things along. So we're in between two places. One is all that to say we're in between two places. One is the revisions that have been asked for based on the perception that the character and setting of that neighborhood historically is front to back homes. And two is getting additional information that substantiates the comments you made, or no offense, refutes them. So we have an understanding, relying on others, specifically what the historical character and setting is. It's up to you whether you want to bring this back right away, or if you want to kind of suss out the historic character and setting, or give us an opportunity to do that ourselves.
So can I respond?
Yeah, please.
Thanks. So this is the second time you've seen it, not the third.
I'm sorry, it felt like that.
Okay.
No offense.
Come on. Two is, I feel like we went out of our way to make dramatic changes based on some of the dialogue the boards had. And three, when we initially submitted this with the first review, we did submit extensive figure ground studies of the area with the house footprints highlighted. So I think it's a debatable topic. My only point of bringing it up is just to say that there is a precedent for, not all of these lots are the same, and those lots that are kind of narrower, 50 feet and really deep are fairly new. I mean, I'm familiar with the development of the neighborhood. I'd say that on the other side of Highland, a lot of those have been subdivided. So I'm just putting that in context. So.
Okay, Matt, so I think that's really what's driving this whole discussion of left to right and overall size and simplicity is what is the historic character of that neighborhood? So you're suggesting that it is different than we perceive it.
That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. I'm just talking to you about the dimension of the lots is a recent development in the last 10 to 15 years. That's all I'm saying. And I'm sorry, but if you're saying that the lots that have been subdivided and really well developed, developed to the T, that to me is a recent development. So using that as contextual precedence, I'm not saying doesn't have value, but it's not the only value.
No, I understand that. And I'm not being adversarial, but I'm just trying to frame this in a way that we can all move forward with it. Because look, the perception of the commission is that this is too large. It's not modest enough. And it's front to back, it's left to right versus front to back. You're saying that that's not necessarily the historic context of this street. So either you need to demonstrate that and you can hold revisions until that's demonstrated, or you need to make revisions that are going to be palatable based upon our perception of the historic character and setting.
And all I would say is that we did submit documentation to reflect the scale of adjacent houses as part of our initial submission.
No, Matt, I think I'm not being clear. I'm not talking about the current. I'm talking about what those lots were like historically.
Okay.
That's because that's what you're pointing to as your reference.
It's not my only point, but I was just saying.
But it's the point
relevant.
you're using to counter.
It's a relevant point.
Yeah,
just to
it's
say
relevant.
that it's part of.
Did you
part
say
of it.
irrelevant? It's
Relevant. It is relevant. It might be irrelevant at this point.
No,
I don't know.
well, it depends on what revisions you make.
Well, may I?
Yeah, please.
Make another comment? I think, scale is one thing, but simplicity is another, and it's been brought up prior and at this meeting that it's a stylistic thing. It's a different vernacular than in the neighborhood. Prove me wrong, go around the neighborhood. And I would say encompass the whole, I wasn't considering Lincoln Circle as part of maybe this little area, but Cliff Road. Are there houses that historically look like this?
Yeah, I would submit that.
So I would say, I would want to see that.
Okay, fair enough.
And
You can bring in pictures.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
You-
I'll make
let's-
revisions based on the comments, but I'll also bring in supplemental material.
Yeah. So what we're looking for presently, based on our perception of the character and setting of the area, is more modest length and height. Simplify greatly that front porch. Roof walk is eliminated, at least for now. There might be something that's reconsidered. Consider the chimney and get some heights on the window and door schedule. Is
Will
that
do.
fair representation? Did I miss anything?
yeah, and one more thing, it may be rearranging how everything is cited on the lot could help as well.
Well, yeah, I agree. That's a given, but we're
We
not
did
seeing
do that, believe it or not. We did study that in depth at this last go around, and we did move around.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
please repeat that.
We did do extensive site studies. The lot does have an odd angle to it. And so we did actually look, kind of go back and say like, okay, let's move all these pieces around. So we did look at, reorienting things and shrinking things. And we moved buildings, we took parts of the program and we put
Okay,
it towards.
man,
the
I'm
rear.
sorry. I thought you were offering to do that. So
I'm saying you've already done that as part of this revision.
Okay, so we're not going to get any traction on that. So let's.
We'll continue to look at it. I
what
just
we-
wanted to reference that we did do it as part of this round of revisions.
Okay, so at, 6:07 in the meeting, you've got an idea of specifically what we're looking at. We would like to see those revisions made to move forward unless you can demonstrate there's a reason with respect to character and setting, that those aren't appropriate changes.
We're gonna do both.
Fair enough.
Okay, motion to hold for revisions,
Those revisions.
those revisions.
Thank you, Abby. All in favors of Abby's motion, say aye.
I,
Any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Matt, we're on to number 2. Same board. And I'll bring it up. Okay.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll
Yeah.
dive right in.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so when the board had reviewed this, there weren't as many comments about it. I think that generally the board appreciated the gable forward, the house telescopes back. And I would also just say bigger picture, because of the lot configuration, to have two houses that run parallel to each other front to back is not really feasible. So that's why we're hoping that we can view these two as one parcel for all intents and purposes. So the revisions were fairly straightforward. So starting on the south elevation, again, we changed the windows to 6/1s away from the 2/2s. Diane had a comment about the verticality and the proportion of the 2/2 windows, both in terms of their size and style. So we've changed the style to 6/1. We changed we basically reduced the verticality of all of them. As a result of that, we changed the pitch of the front porch. It's a simple wraparound porch, and just changed the pitch of it slightly to minimize the amount of shingle area below the windowsill on the second floor. Overall, we reduced the ridge height probably about a foot and change. If you look at the west elevation, you'll see that we created more of a dramatic break from the front mass to the rear mass, and dropped that like fairly dramatically. I think that was a comment the board had. Beyond that, I think that those were most of the comments about this dwelling in particular, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Look
Okay.
forward to comments from the board.
Thanks, Matt. Any questions for Matt at this point? Diane, are you okay? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the revised location. I still think that it's fairly large. Appreciate that this that this one is situated gable forward. On the west, it's along North Star Lane, and I'm concerned with the visibility of the nano doors, as there are hardly any, actually, there's no vegetation. We saw the aerial on the lot, so it would be something that would want to address on that. Typically, maybe something that you all approve at 12 light versus having nano doors. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Abutters, any comments? Public?
She shook her head no.
Okay. Who'd like to begin?
Steve, can I just throw something in?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Mickey.
Thank you. So we felt that this is still pretty tall. It did come down a little bit, but really just marginally. So it still feels tall next to, if it's a secondary dwelling, I'm not sure if it's technically on the same lot or not, but it has the character of a secondary dwelling. It's still pretty tall. And the front door, I missed this on the first one initially, but if you can look at the front of the house with the front door.
Go the south.
Yeah, it's a.
Oh, no. It's just.
Oh. Yeah, there you go, upper left. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a 9-light door, and that's just, that's the main house has the same door, and normally you wouldn't put a 9-light door as a front door. It should have more formality to it. That's a side door, as far as I'm concerned. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Who wants to start?
I'll go.
Please.
I think the scale next to the other house, I said it last time, they're both main dwellings. There's not a hierarchy at all. One of them's 2 feet taller, but they both are massive buildings. That aside, it's a good looking building. Some of the revisions though, on the front elevation, I agree with Nikki about the door. The front porch needs to come up somehow. I know that you reduce the size of the windows, which is what we wanted, but now it looks like the girl's skirt is falling down and that it's almost off and there's a slip left. And that's the porch and it just needs.
We did change that. I felt the same way. So we
Yeah.
had submitted a subsequent set where it was steeper.
Yeah.
So I agree.
And I agree that there's a lot of fenestration on that west because I do think North Star. It's gonna be visible from there, even if you put up a 6-foot fence, which I don't think is appropriate. I think all that fenestration is gonna be seen, and the length of that run of ridge from front to back, there's no variation in it, which I'd like to see somehow. Your roof pitches are very steep, and I think it would really help you to have less steep roofs as well. And because that's a little more traditional to be not so steep. That's it, thanks.
Okay, Carrie. Who would like to go next? Pick someone. Abby?
I don't really know what to say. Maybe go to somebody else.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know, I tried to put it together for the previous and what is now new. I think again, on the north elevation, what way is the north elevation facing that?
It, through you, Mr. Chair, it faces the rear of the property in the north.
Is it facing towards the harbor or towards Cliff Road, sort of?
I guess towards the harbor. I would say that east would be more, I don't know. Yeah, toward the back of the building. If this is north, if the front of the building is north.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the front of the building is south. The opposite end, the north faces just the backyard, the fence, the abutter.
Well, on what I think I may have mentioned last time, I appreciate a lot of what you've done with windows. I was trying to see how the building itself, this one is 28.2 with the reduction that you made. I would like to see some reduction in the windows with the number of windows on the east side.
We could do that.
Which, and the perspective is good and it doesn't come over as being too heavy, but I think there's a lot of windows that could work better instead of having one under the porch on the east perspective, to have 2 there and lighten up underneath the gable. It's just to make it sort of fit in with a lot of the age of the buildings, even if they're there for 10 or 15 years. Some of them have been there longer because I remember some of them being built as they went along when North Star just dead ends over there. And some of the buildings are really weird to fit into a plot that they were told to build on. So that's what I would like to see. Maybe it's just some more windows under the porch and consider what we've got up there. The what is this? The west elevation, the 2nd floor deck. You got 2 doors coming out onto the deck and a single window. And then you got a window over to the left, which is not involved with the deck. And on the far left, the little gable, I would split those windows on the first floor to bring them out so you don't have so much sort of shingle. But I think to me, it fits in better than the other one. So I don't know if that's any good or not, but that's, and Johnny would be happier too.
Yes.
Thank you, Diane. Val?
Oh, shit. Every time I try to zoom in on it, it goes away. Hold on. Huh?
Yeah, mine does too.
Well, so what I was looking at was the perspective that you gave us, Matt, on house number 1 this time, and that really shows to me that the houses are virtually the same size. And as a second dwelling, I would not consider this a second dwelling. I guess if you cut the lots up, then it will work for you, but in tandem or is a congruent entity, I don't see them working together. They work against each other. I guess that my comments were that I've written down more subordinate to the other, and it's still 28 something. However, on the application, it says 27. So did it get bigger or did it get smaller? I'm a little confused.
I think we reduced it through you, Mr. Chair.
So I have nothing more to add than what's been said already.
I got 28 too.
So I'm having a little difficulty with consensus. It sounds like there is some consensus of size and, so Madam, you're gonna have to look back through the minutes on this one and watch the tape.
Mhm.
My comments are that I think it needs, like the other structure needs to be simplified. The porch, basically, the southern porch replicates the porch of the other structure, which I think is not simple enough for the area to be appropriate. I think much of the size of this structure is hidden by its orientation to the street, which is appropriate. I think much of the fenestration will only be viewed obliquely, so while there may be details, while North Star is like a quiet little lane there at dead ends, it's still visible, but primarily, my concern is what's going to be visible from Highland, and I think more modest, and that front porch, like the other one, needs to be addressed. The other point that wasn't mentioned, that I think bears mentioning is the proximity of this structure to the lot line.
Yeah.
Given its length, I think it needs a little breathing space. And can you clarify the significance of this lot line you're showing?
Certainly. So that is a feasible lot line for an actual subdivision, so that the parcel would be its own independent parcel. Because the truth is that, these are two independent dwellings intended for two independent families. And so it's looking more like we are going to subdivide. They're two, I think each family has 3 or 4 children. So I think the typical primary, secondary dwelling arrangement doesn't totally correlate with the program. So we have the ability to subdivide it. So that's probably where we're heading.
So I think we, I don't want to throw a wrench or anything, but I think we need to look at this with what the final plan is, because that's going to affect the hardscape with respect to parking, because you're going to have minimum requirements for your parking, and it looks like some of this is shared. So I would ask that you consider that in addition to the other comments that have been made.
Curb cuts.
Yeah,
Right.
Parking is, where I think on these particular structures, given the proximity of the prior dwelling to Highland and its size, parking will be a strong concern. I think we should see an accurate parking for that. I'm not suggesting this is inaccurate. but it could be based upon the zoning requirements. So please keep that in mind. I don't know if you feel like you have enough to work with there. I'm hopeful that we're gonna get changes that everyone feels is appropriate, modifications that everyone feels is appropriate, so we can be close to moving this along at the next meeting.
Like I said, the last round, we made dramatic changes and the feedback I got in this were fairly minimal. So, I think I did.
Okay, great.
May I add one more thing? I think for me, landscaping is gonna be a huge concern. And could possibly assuage some of my concern. Because North Star is just a little lane, it's still a public way, and I think for me, it's looking across this site. With the pool setback and this large building as the cottage setback, I do have concern about what we're gonna see of that. With all the glass on
Yeah.
that side facing the pool. And what we'll see. Of the pool and other things, so maybe throw some of that in.
So Matt, could you, so I think where we're headed with this is maybe it's time on this one to.
Through staff, so
Well,
we're
the
heading.
problem is,
Just kidding.
I mean, I want to clarify.
Yeah.
If you're talking about this being two different lots. Your hardscape plan obviously going to be different than what you would present if this is a single, so.
Well, it's an interesting point. I mean, not to get into the weeds on this, but theoretically.
Well, we're there, we might as
We might as well, yeah. So if you did subdivide it into two separate lots, it's feasible that you could get a planning board approval to not have a curb cut, which would be counter to what you normally would do, and in which case the parking calc should work for this in this configuration. So, but that's something we'll certainly discuss. Like I said, these are really two separate dwellings, but they're, owned by the same family. And so there's some level of correlation. As far as visibility from North Star, I totally agree with Val. Our intention from day one was to have a fairly healthy screen there, both for privacy for the owners, but then also obscuring any over fenestration or potential over fenestration on the first floor.
So do we have a motion for an approvable drawing? At the next meeting?
Oh, you mean, does
Can you say that?
Matt have enough? I was gonna
I'm saying,
oh,
do we have a motion?
yeah, motion for minor revisions,
No,
No.
revisions
revisions.
Yeah.
and more information.
I mean, regarding
What's running
landscaping,
up the drain
Yeah.
line.
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll have a fully developed landscape plan, but I'll work on it.
Just if you could, it will help you, help us, help you, if you can pin down this subdivision with respect to parking and hardscape.
Yep.
It would just give us a little bit better sense of direction, and therefore, I think, as Val said, maybe lead to a more favorable outcome.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thanks.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Can we take a 5-minute
Sure.
pieces here, guys?
I know, let's go. I haven't had any yet.
So
Did you want any, Diane?
What I would love is, are you strong?
Oh,
No, but
He's
what you
got good
got?
tea. Let me,
No, this,
You can do
it's a twist off and I
You can
just,
open up the-
Yeah, I opened that on the teeth.
I tried it.
oh, come on. You make me
No,
look
I
like
think-
I've been working out.
Yes. That's right.
So I read,
Thank you.
yeah, and it says you're the acting chair.
You know, it's so.
And your comment
If it comes up again, I'll send it to you. And it's cheap. It's $29. And you don't have to rewire anything.
Okay, thanks, Diane. We're back. And so there would, I just want to verify something. The next application is at 7 Barnabas. And Stephen is down as chair. I'm on it. And so we were questioning whether Stephen was actually chairing, and the minutes from that particular meeting do say that Stephen was the acting chair.
But I could have swore you were chairing this because we've heard it a few times.
We have heard it, and I recall being on it. So, I mean, I'm not sure.
It's Welch acting chair.
Right, but I'm not sure that's correct.
Why would
But-
you not be chair if you were here?
Right, that's what I was, and I knew you were on it.
Yeah. Does it matter?
No.
Well, only if you weren't on it.
No, I've been on it. I've been on it. Okay, so let's, I will chair this. James, are you on?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right, so we're at 7 Barnabas, me, Diane, Abby, Stephen, Val.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, and for some reason, I'm not on the garage. I think the garage may have gotten broken off and, yeah, okay.
That's a different property.
It says 7 Barnabas.
Right. No, where the garage got broken off.
Right,
Um,
okay, but let's start with the house. So here we go.
Would you prefer that I drive, Mr. Chair?
Doesn't matter to me because we're watching our screens down here.
Okay. Well, then I will share my screen if that's okay.
Yeah.
We doing the garage first?
House.
No house.
House.
So just to say hello again. Hi, it's James from Studio Park, representing 7 Barnabas. This is the new main dwelling, which we have seen a few times. We believe that we've addressed the bulk of the board's comments, and we'll just run through some of the changes that we've made in the most recent application. So 7 Barnabas is an infill lot in between 5 and 9. It's presently empty. It's an oversized lot for the neighborhood. It's almost to the scale that
Hey,
it could be
James.
2 lots. Yes.
James, I want to remind you, if you weren't listening earlier, we want to keep this really succinct.
Okay.
Right.
Sorry, Rick.
We have reviewed this twice before, so let's,
Understood.
thank you.
So just to note the bulk of the changes that have been made to address the board's previous comments. And I'll just bring you to the west or the street elevation, which is of the greatest concern. So the board's major comments were related to the front entry. Previously, there were friendship stairs, which we have removed and made a front-facing stair with a small flare on it. We have also added a faux chimney to the main mass as per the request of multiple members of the board. We have also taken the clapboard and only put it on the front elevations at this time. Previously, it had wrapped around to the main mass. So we've addressed those comments. As it pertains to the north elevation or the elevation in between the garage, which we're going to see, we have removed the doors from the north elevation. These doors that were right here, which are much closer to the street and can be seen, and changed those to 2 windows. So the bulk of the changes to the main mass that can be seen from the street have been addressed as per the board's request. Additionally, we also changed the gable windows. We either removed them, as Diane mentioned, that they look like tiny louvers, these little guys, and we've made them more reasonable sized double hungs into the main mass. The bulk of the mass to the rear has not changed, mostly because the bulk of it cannot be seen. The doors, the large doors that are in question, can't be seen due to the position of the garage. These are the large doors in the back, so they're really not part of the public view. And additionally, we've masked out the garage so that you can't, if you can see here, you can't really see past the main mass. You'll see the garage more clearly in the next application, and we can walk through that more. But the bulk of the changes at this time have been addressed, and we look forward to your comments.
Thank you, James. Okay, we have, excuse me, Holly on this, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an infill dwelling within the Woodbury subdivision, which was built in the 1980s as a prime example of Nantucket architecture. Appreciate the chimney changes on the secondary mass. The new chimney doesn't look appropriate and should be on the main mass, not on the secondary. Appreciate the removal of the friendship stairs for this house. If 90 Main Street, which is an individually significant historic structure on Main Street, is the inspiration, the Georgian fan light, mantle shelf, and side lights needs to be more prominent than what's provided. The transoms above the doors on the north are not appropriate. I think it's not something to say that one structure is going to hinder another or hinder the view of another structure's features that are inappropriate. Again, this structure in the subdivision is located within the OHD. There needs to be a reconfiguring of windows on the dormer on the south. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good, Holly. Thank you. Mickey?
Yes, thanks, Ray. So if you could zoom in on the front door, I think Holly did mention this to some degree, but the detailing on the front door really needs work. It's sort of under detailed, and it needs to be detailed more appropriately and more accurately. So the windows on the front facade there's still a lot of shingle space between the first and second floor windows. I think one thing that might mitigate that is just literally raising the first floor windows. They aren't even level with the front door. On the north elevation, scroll down a little bit to the north. There you go. Mullion windows, not really appropriate. They should be single windows. All the windows on that gable are too far separated. They should be pulled in closer to the gable. The French doors to the left of those with the, if you're saying the garage is going to block the view of those French doors, the garage hasn't been approved yet, and it may move. So I don't think you should approve that tremendous, ganging of French doors with the transoms above. They're not appropriate because I think they will be visible from Barnabas. Same with the French door to the rear. There's a transom above that. That's not appropriate. On the south, you can see it right there. There's a lot of windows on that south view. On the first floor, there's if you could just remove one of those that's sort of an oddball, with no window above it. And the shed dormer is too big. It needs to be split into two or made a lot smaller. And I think that's it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mickey. Anyone else on this before I go to the board? Okay, board members.
I have a question.
Yes, Stephen.
Through Mr. Chair, on the west elevation, second floor. James, can you clarify your second floor finish? It seems something is
Second floor
off.
finish?
Second floor finished, and your story pole on the left of the west elevation indicates the sills are about, I'd say 18 inches above the finished floor. Is that
Oh,
correct?
for the second floor sill height for the windows? Yeah, 18 is about appropriate depending upon which window you're looking at.
Not from the front,
That's about right.
the main structure?
Correct.
Okay, and then, okay, I'll leave it at that for now. Just a question.
All right.
Concern.
So now comments from the board.
I have comments if you want.
Go ahead, Diane.
I think what Mickey said about the front door, I agree with. I like chimneys, but I don't know. I find that one doesn't particularly fit in. The one over on the left of the west elevation. The north elevation is facing north and goes
joins all those old houses. And this is supposed to be representative of old Nantucket houses. I think that this is not representative. I think those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows to the left with the triple window up above. I think that shed dormer should be 2 and the windows separated. I think that the windows below it should not have anything on top, and they should be like 3 of the regular French doors. I think the bulb windows over at the next gable should be 3 single ones on the bottom. And I think on the east elevation, the same windows or doors, what are they called, nano doors or something, or whatever. I think that those should, this is supposed to be a copy of a Nantucket house. These are not particularly on the south elevation. One of the things about Nantucket architecture is that the facades are usually pretty good, particularly in a house of this particular style. There may be an occasional window off if it's a really old one, but this doesn't make any sense. That shed dormer in the middle with the 1 window and then the 2 mulled over on the right, they should be either separated with 3 if you got enough space, or reduce the dormer down to 2 and separate them. And on the bottom floor to the left, over by the door, you got 4 windows which you don't need the middle one. You're matching up what's up above. Keep the house simple, not so you look at it with eye-eyed. And so the middle, so that second window that has nothing above it on the second floor should be removed. The fenestration, this house in this area is very important. It's what has driven the whole development over the ages. And on the north elevation, the little gable should have single doors and with, what do you got, 3, 6, 9, 12 panel. That's all right, but take the skylights off up above.
The transoms.
Transoms, I mean.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So that's what I
Okay.
think.
All right, Diane, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Thank you, Abby.
Let's see, so on the front elevation, I was wondering, so it's white clapboard and the left additive mass, is that shingled or is that white clapboard as well?
It's clapboard, sorry.
Okay. So I was just wondering about that. I have seen them on Main Street where you do have the additive mass off of Main, and they sometimes they've been shingled and then painted white, and I think that's a neat idea, but sort of backwards thinking. But my main concern about the front of this house are the chimneys. I think they're really oddly placed, and they should how did I put it? They should they should complement the main mass, so they look like they were put in a historically situated, like between the 2 massings or on the far right or center. So they just seem sort of random.
Through the chair, can I speak to that?
Hey, what?
Oh, I'll be real brief. If you just want me to, I just have,
I just don't want him rebutting
I know.
everything that you
Oh,
said.
I know, I just want to say that on that additive mass on the left, you have a door around the corner on the main mass. And it seems really odd that you would have a side door like going right into that, main mass. So I question whether that shouldn't just be a window. And, I agree with everything that going back on the fenestration on either side going back should maybe have a nod to a more historic house rather than nano doors and transoms. So, but that's already been said. So thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Val, Stephen? I'll go. All right.
James, I appreciate the front facade. I agree. We need better detailing of the front door trim package. I think as opposed to trying to do this a 1/4 inch scale, we would just request a maybe a 3/8 inch or a 1/2 inch detail. It's both appropriate and necessary. I'm concerned about the height. This works out to be 31.8 from grade. Some of it's being hidden by the clapboard at the front to the left and right of the front door. And some of it is being hidden by the additional height in between the first floor window head casings and the second floor sills, at least as with respect to the exterior of the structure. But it's atypical. That is typically at least 24 inches less height between those two elements being the head casing and the sill, head casing of the first floor and sill of the second floor. So that's where your height's got to come out, I think. And there's something about the roof walk. It's 2 partitions segmented. I think a double, 2 segments, eliminate the 3-part, agree about the side door. The shutters, I think, if I'm reading these correctly, are too small left to right width-wise. They would need to be, it may just be perception, but I don't think appropriately, they would need to be wide enough to actually cover the window between the 2 of them. The rest of the structure, yeah, I agree, over fenestrated to the extent it's visible. And I think that primarily that's going to be the front secondary on the front of the structure, the secondary mass on the sides and the ganged windows, maybe separate them with structural mulls or something like that. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Val.
I have nothing to add. It's all been said. I just have one question for James. And that is on the north, the main mass side with the little door with the kick panel. It looks as if it's still clapboard. And is that meant to stay clapboard or is it going to be shingled?
We were suggesting that it's clapboard as it turns the corner, but we're open to tweaking that if needed. Yeah. Essentially, what you see from the street is all clapboard was the goal.
That I think is a bit unusual, so I would make that shingled, but everything else has been said.
Thank you, Val. So, yeah, everything has been said, but I want to underscore actually, not everything's been said. I'm not in favor of the clapboard going around the side, but I'm also not in favor of being on that subordinate mass in the same way that we don't have shutters on the windows on that subordinate mass as seen from the west. Much more detailing on the front door, raise up the first floor windows, to Stephen's point and to Mickey's point. Removal of transoms, awkward chimney on this secondary mass. Yeah, generally agree with everything that's been said. Oh, and Stephen has one more.
Yeah, James, where you can get some height out of this thing in traditional is bury your window header into the top plate and get rid of that 1x8 fascia. I think that was said, but if it was, I want to underscore it.
I don't think it was said this time around. Okay, so can I have a motion?
Can I point out one thing before that?
Yeah.
We do have that best practice and we are looking for material changes in 3
Yes.
where it's tantamount to a denial.
Good point.
And I'm not, trying to select and pick on James here, but we've had a lot of old business and it takes up a lot of our agenda and we seem to keep seeing the same things. largely. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that a motion?
Yeah, motion for revisions to hopefully get this approved at the next meeting.
Sounds good.
The next
All-
meeting it's heard.
Yes.
Can I
Son,
ask
all
for
the-
clarification, please?
What?
Just to hopefully resolve this next time around. My main clarification is regarding the chimneys. So at Stephen's request previously, we put the chimney on the main mass. If we were to,
James, you're gonna pull the
Yeah.
board, and no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm
Okay,
not
fair.
gonna go back through the board. Figure it out. Stephen, you've made a motion for revisions, right? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, now, I apparently am not on the new garage, so Stephen, you get to chair that.
I was good with the chimneys, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Stephen.
No, no, I'm just,
You know, it's like,
teasing a little bit.
you have to.
Yep, and watch the tape again, and it's,
Mhm.
we got to get these moving. All right, James, are we ready for the garage?
I am, yes.
Okay, good. So, once it's up, there it is. Why don't you give us the lead in, go from there?
Yeah, so just to go back to the previous, so the initial comments that came from the garage previously were that it was just too big, and we agreed. We have kept its general location, as you can see in the site plan. This is an oversized infill lot, as we mentioned. And so the idea of putting the garage way in the back is leaving quite a void in the neighborhood. We provided a streetscape for review. So you can see this should be in the file. I'm not sure if it made it to the view pack in particular, but this was the old garage you could see here. You could see that it had a pretty significant secondary massing that ran north to south. We've removed that, reducing the height 3 full feet and basically creating a much smaller structure, very in kind, very in keeping with 33 Woodbury, 15 Woodbury, several other garages in the neighborhood. And as you can see, the space between these structures is significantly larger than what you see with a lot of the structures just in Woodbury and Barnabas in general. So the major changes were to reduce the height of everything, change the massing dramatically, create this secondary massing rather than this previous massing. And then subsequently, there were changes to the other elevations that resulted in that. So as you can see here, this was that west elevation that you saw before. It essentially keeps the same gable forward, but rather than the secondary mass, there's 2 dormers in this secondary structure. The north elevation remains fairly similar. We changed the size of the fenestration to be more in keeping. It was a little puny before, as you can see down in the lower elevation. And then as the secondary massing changed, it used to be this gable on the side with essentially a second pair of garage doors, for lack of a better term. And we changed it to a barn door to create an access in for bikes and other storage, and the dormers off to the side. The rear, which is the covered porch area, remains similar. Obviously, the massing came down with the rest of it. We've changed the windows, and we've changed the door from a patio style door to a 12 light with a kick plate, similar to the main structure. That is the bulk of the changes. These are same colors as the main house. White trim, gray sidewall, and we look forward to the comments.
All right, thank you, James. Questions on what's been presented? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So appreciate the reduction in scale. However, I do believe that the garage should be relocated. If not pushed back, at least a few more feet. Garages weren't typically, and again, building with Nantucket in mind stipulates that garages should not be forward facing of the main dwelling. I know it's not in front of the main dwelling, but it should be pushed back even more. This still needs to be simpler. The pent roof is not appropriate and should go. I think I know I mentioned that as a recommendation last time around. And this whole assumption that this structure is going to hide features that are inappropriate on the main dwelling should not be used. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Any abutter comments? Any abutters? Just Mickey. Mickey, as from the public?
Yep. Thanks, Steve. So this, the site plan still shows the old building. We need to really see that with the updated site plan. There's plenty of room to move.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mickey.
There's plenty of room in the site to move this garage back. It's definitely very clear in building with Nantucket in mind, as Holly's mentioned also, that that the garage should be back as far back on the site as possible. To use the argument that it's going to fill a void in the neighborhood just doesn't hold. You don't want a garage filling a hole. The exterior fireplace on the back is not appropriate in the OHD. It should be eliminated. The back porch that extends off the back, that hip roof extension, is much too long and awkward. It's got a very strange shape. The dormers are too wide, too much shingle area. And there's if you look at the south elevation, there's an odd cutout in the roof where I think it's an outdoor shower with some exposed rafters or something that's inappropriate. And the pent roof doesn't belong, should be eliminated. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Anyone? Val?
I agree with a lot of what Mickey said. I appreciate the downsizing of the structure hugely. Thank you. And the additive massing on the side. I agree with Holly about the pent roof it's kind of floating too over the doors. And the reduction of the outdoor space that's covered. I think if you made that shallower, you could push the building back. And it is in keeping with the neighborhood that all those garages seem to be farther back from the main dwellings, regardless of their size. So that's all I have.
I'll go.
Go ahead, please.
The chimney, as Vicky said, is inappropriate where it is. I'm trying to get how tall this building is.
22.
22. Okay, I'm glad because this particular one said 30, but anyway, 22. I don't think painted brick is acceptable to have on the rear by that fireplace. If you're going to have a fireplace, it should be as simple as it can be. It needs to be sort of simpler. I've lost the elevation I wanted to say about, I believe it's the north side with that dormer that's way up. It's,
Diane?
yes,
Up here. If it keeps reloading. if you want to-
I think I got it now.
Okay.
It. Yeah, there it is. See how high up it is in the roof and what a long. It's very short and it makes the building look funny. I don't know. It should come down some and make the windows up there smaller. It would fit better and not make it look so sort of rockety. Which would be good. I would like to have it move as far back as it can be in the other thing. What did you say the colors were going to be same as the house?
It's natural with white. The house has green shutters and green brick base, but that doesn't exist here.
Okay, well, that's what catches my eye right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, just reiterate, the garage should be pushed back. Do you really need the dormers? They're complicating sort of the silhouette from Barnabas. They're complicating it. It should be a simple garage, smaller chimney, no pent roof. Just simple, simple, simple. Thank you.
Thank you. James, so I agree. The primary concern is, well, number one, the rendering of all three west, north, and south elevations don't accurately show grade. Obviously code is going to require 6-inch clearance from the bottom of the shingles to the grade. And this shows the shingles at grade on all three of those elevations. So add 6 inches to your height. Having said, the increase in the height is not my primary concern. My primary concern is looking at the west elevation, which is what's visible from the street. To use a gross analogy, this is like a big neck with the shoulders up, scrunched up. So dormers, it's inappropriate. And I think it's because you've weighted your program to accentuate a taller garage ceiling height than on the second floor, and then you're trying to make it up with the dormers on the second floor. I'm not going to redesign it for you, but the solution is to lower your second floor, and then you can lower your top plate of the primary mass. You're going to make your neck a little less strong and your shoulders a little stronger, and it's going to look more appropriate and typical. That will also help you not have to mask the height, and you can show the proper orientation of the shingles and the grade line. So that's from the west. I think my only concern with this, well, obviously all of that will translate to each elevation and make them more appropriate. The only other concern is, as was previously stated, the hip roof assembly is too long, left to right, and as viewed on the south and north elevations, and too tall as viewed in the north, south, and east elevations. I think you could appropriately drop that at least another 9 inches and show the beam. That would be, I think that would be appropriate. Those are my comments. Do you need any clarifications?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Can we have a motion to?
Motion to hold revisions.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Mirka. Oh, actually, it's Stephen. I mean,
Mirka, hi. Can we track? Because we're talking about moving. Go ahead.
Would be at least, okay, so I can get a comment.
We can, but you do so at your own peril because we have asked for the garage to be relocated. So if it affects anything on your plan, it's up to you. You're here. We'd love to hear you talk.
All right. we'll wait
Okay.
for that.
Okay, thank you. Hi, see how quick I am?
Can I
yeah,
ask Holly a question?
of
Please.
course.
Is this Barnabas Lane on the edge of the old historic district?
It's actually completely in the OHD. The OHD boundary goes all the way to New Lane, believe it or not. So one half of New Lane is in, the other half is not.
Oh, okay, so this is in.
Correct.
Oh,
Yes.
definitely.
As well as this particular subdivision, which I believe was what, Bruce Poor?
Yeah, originally.
Because some of the land was actually my great grandfather's. And his main house got demolished. This is actually listed as a quintessential replication of Nantucket vernacular in the NHL update. And that's why I always bring it up, because it's pretty pronounced for it to be included. The fact that it was done in 1980 in our NHL goes up to 1975.
Right,
So
I knew Bruce, and I remembered that, but I thought there was some question because of this particular property long time ago. It was sort of in the middle of the street in the old days, and he couldn't divide it until he changed the street. And people next door had no way of getting into their house.
Okay.
So I just wanted to check and make sure.
All right. 9 Sherburne, myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val. Everybody good?
So I'll just run through it quickly.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Okay. So as you know, you have the scans of the house, the existing addition drawings, you have photographs. And I again apologize for the 1957. That was a CAD glitch. Again, 1965, the Eastleigh addition was not present. The porch was different. The rear 1-story addition was not currently 2-story. In 1975, the original gable was torn off for a gambrel section, altered extensively. The bay and dormer were added. The rear was removed to the 2nd floor addition, and the porch was added and glassed in. Roof walk was original, but it's been altered and rebuilt. And that's if you can look at the 1939 picture. In 1986, the rear L was completely removed, additions and alterations, repairs. In the photographs that we've provided, you can see there's all new footings and CMUs. And the entire 2nd floor was redone. So none of that is original. Most of the house has Brosco windows. They've all been replaced. There's only 2 or 3 that are remaining. The milled wood has been replaced in portions of the roof. As you can see by the photographs, there's a change in the flooring, the age of patina. And so that's why we're just trying to save the original 1923 section and move that to 25 Millbrook Road. So that is basically it.
Okay, Joe. Thank you. Holly?
thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a 1930s colonial revival, Windy Side, built in Sherburne Heights subdivision which is a subdivision from the 1890s. First of all, appreciate the 3D laser scan. It's always most appreciated. The 1938 aerial map shows this structure. It's important to note that, quote, all properties listed on Nantucket Island in the National Register, NHL, as contributing or non-contributing resources to the historic district. As such, all contributing properties are significant, at least at the local level, under the National Register criteria A, C, and D. A is that are associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history. And one could say that having a structure that was built in a subdivision that was for the seasonal visitors is part of our broad history. The structure was built during the colonial revival time frame in a seasonal summer subdivision, excuse me. The 1923 Sanborn map shows the footprint very clearly. It would be, again, a shame to lose its context from this subdivision. And I know it gets to be said, well, these people got to do it here, there, and everywhere. And I would just say, like I say to my kids, one wrong doesn't make another a right. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
What do you say to your kids?
One wrong doesn't make it,
Gotcha. Yes.
So thank you. That's what it's been a long day.
Okay, Mickey.
Yes, thank you. So, I'm not sure what Joe is implying in terms of what has been changed on this house, but when I look at this slide here, that is the house that you're looking at right now, except for the minor change, the rear wing has been a 2nd floor has been added. But clearly we're looking at a 2-story building with the same roof lines that you're looking at today. The bay window is there on that slide. The 2-story roof line is there. You can see the shadow overcast onto the porch on the water side. You see the the side gable intersecting fully into a wall. It's not overlapping on a one-story roof. I'm sure there has been repairs to the framing on the interior and probably some new wood and new material inside. But that 1938 slide right there is the same building that's on the site right now, the north addition, or maybe it's the side addition, whatever, the one they're hoping to move. That's there right now on that slide. It's a very old building. Holly has outlined exactly why you should keep this building and preserve it. It would be a travesty to have one more of these buildings removed and demolished. It's what the HTC is here for. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Were you about to say something?
No, I just don't want us going off into what the HTC is
Oh,
or isn't
oh,
supposed to be
okay.
doing.
Gotcha.
That's the elected officials' determination to make.
Okay.
And that's, look, the long and the short of it is that if we take public comments and those public comments upon appeal can be construed to have impacted the commissioner's thought process, we're a regulatory and adjudicatory board we review the regulations based upon our own subjective measures. I think that there is a reasonable argument in an appeal that having members of the public trying to influence our opinions could be grounds for an arbitrary and capricious finding. And that could be contrary to what members of the public would like to see happen as an end result. So I just caution against.
Well, could I just
I just want to caution people against instructing the HTC on what their purpose is and how the decision they make affects that purpose. That is solely the HTC's determination.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, did you want to expound on
I
that?
want to just add something to it because I think we're getting down to a steel trap commission, and I don't think we're supposed to be there. I think every commissioner has a right to have a point of view and not put it up because we're not allowed to, because we are allowed to.
No.
He was actually defending the commission.
For
Yeah,
Well,
he was defending the commission.
Perhaps I say something and you don't hear what I'm saying and you respond.
Or stop. Okay. Diane, my view of what Stephen just said was he was defending us as a commission, regardless of what our own opinions
that's
on this.
what our, yes, it is important what our opinions are.
Yes. So anyway, that's a digression from the application that we are currently reviewing. So thank you everyone for your comments. But now I would like to hear, to the point, what your comments are on the idea of the demolition of this building.
Can I just add one?
You may, Joseph, briefly.
So of course, what you're looking at is the 1939 picture.
38, right?
Or 38, sorry. But then what I did is I highlighted the roof line, and quarter of a mile away is a bungalow. Same character, style. In 1925, that house at 1 East Hollowell had a roof walk on it. And if you look at the shadow lines on this 1938 picture, it's almost identical. The eave lines are slightly higher to the porch. It has the same relationship. We know that the garage was original. So if you take that ridge line and transfer it over to the main house, that is almost the same exact height. And you can see how it steps up from a single story to a story and a half, and it rolls up. I believe in going into that with construction detail and knowledge, being in the field for 10 years, that this house was taken apart. It was removed. And yes, in 1975, there were contractors that did not want to use modern technology and still had using 1x8s and old framing. And I couldn't find my 5th edition code book, but I want to say that the 2x6s and there are old and new 2x in there. And I'm going to say new by 1975 standards, but this has been altered, and that roof walk is rebuilt and it's been altered or kept up, as you can see with some of the boards because of rot. So I believe that this house has been extensively altered and changed. You've seen the photographs, you've seen the direction of flooring, changing different directions and overlaid and just altered. And so like I said earlier, I don't want to be doing this, but it is something that we would like to be removed for open space and save the oldest part, you know, and relocate it and have it reused. My parents have a little shed in their backyard. It came from off of Fair Street, and it was our shanty. We opened up scallops in there. So this is what Nantucket does. We are able to move and shift things, and not everything needs to be saved, sadly. And I think this is one of them that could be relocated and altered and be rejuvenated. You know, Marty wants to use it as his dry flower shop. So yeah, I just think that the photographs show a lot of the renovation and changes and alterations to the structure. And, you know, I know you guys are trying to make it a love story, but it's a murder mystery. And we basically figured out each year that this has been changed and diminished and removed, and existing windows altered and changed. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
All right, Joe, thank you. Board members,
I can go.
thank you.
I've written my stuff up so I don't
Mm-hmm.
drone on. I believe that Wendy side is a contributing significant structure in that it is almost 100 years old, and due from the maps, the Sanborn maps, they're 1923, and this one here, 1938. I believe that it's an example of Nantucket's socio-economic history, which tells the tale of summer cottages built on the cliff around the same time as the Sanborn map of 1923. Some have been lost or added to, but still their history remains. Demoing the structure will cut out a noticeable and irreparable, no, what's the word?
Irreplaceable.
Maybe hole in the historic fabric of the island's architecture. Demolition is the last and final insult to any structure must endure. The final insult any structure must endure is demolition. On Nantucket, where historic architecture is not just the stuff of museums, but of the day-to-day life, its protection goes beyond merely preserving a sense of place and enters the realm of public trust. That's from our building with Nantucket in mind. Moving the structure out of its historic context does not save the structure. It leaves a hole in the history. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Who's next?
I'll go.
All right, Stephen.
So a couple of things. I think it's important, just procedurally here. For a structure to be significant, two things need to happen. One, the HCC the commission needs to, based upon a finding of facts, determine that it's significant.
Stephen, could you turn your mic up, please?
How's that?
Much better. Thank you.
So what I was saying is that for a structure to be considered significant, by definition, within building with Nantucket in mind, two things need to occur. One is that the HDC, the commission, needs to make a conscious determination, a vote, that it is a significant structure. That is based upon part two, the qualifications that Holly mentioned. But the important part, the most important part, is not that those qualifications occur, but that they are of an important significance. So that is to say that association with one or more historic persons or events, or with broad architectural, cultural, political, economic, or social history of the island or the Commonwealth, but importantly associated, not this is how we perceive it. So we are thankfully going to start to undertake the process. I appreciate Val having brought it up, to determine how we determine and vote on what is significant and when we do that. I would suggest, if anyone is talking about having a second HDC, that's what they should focus on, because that in of itself is going to be nearly a full-time job for a year. And I mean a full-time job for each of the commissioners who sit on that second commission. I'm not suggesting it's not important, but it is something that's going to take quite a bit of time. One of the things that will have to be looked into, and it's relevant to this application, is how far back in history do we go to make the determination of what's appropriate for the character and setting of the island? Joe, if I may, through Mr. Chair,
Yes,
when do we believe the structure was constructed?
23.
23.
Okay, so what if we determine that it's 90 years instead of 80 years? Well, then let's say 95. Well, this structure didn't exist. And is the rule setting and character more important to preserve? The argument could be made. I'm not suggesting it either way. But otherwise, we are in fact making, by definition, arbitrary determinations of what's significant and what isn't significant if we don't have that discussion in a public venue and articulate our thoughts and vote those things out. So I think it's important part of our responsibility when we're considering these things. I'm mentioning it not in telling what the HDC to do, but because commissioners have discussed here tonight, not fully understanding what significant is and or how it comes about. So I'm trying to articulate that. With respect to my own thoughts on this particular application, I don't believe that this rises to the level of a significant structure, primarily by virtue of the fact that it has not been defined by the commission to be such. That's number one. Number two, I think that it would be appropriate to the extent possible to try and preserve some elements of this structure or the silhouette on the site, which is something that we have allowed to happen. There's a property on Bassett Road that comes to mind, a historic structure that very thing was allowed to happen. I'm concerned that if we make a decision to require this to stay here, that in of itself could be argued to be arbitrary and capricious because we have allowed other structures of the same era to be either demoed or moved off or altered. I think that those are valid concerns based upon us, the HDC, the commission, providing consistent guidance. So I look forward to our being able to get to that point, and getting through meetings more quickly would help us to get there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Who's
Mr.
next?
Chair, may I interject?
Yeah, Holly,
Just
go
on Stephen's point of the status of the structure, this HDC survey on file from, again, 1989, which I will repeat as many times as possible, that our surveys are being updated slowly, and technically they should have been updated 25 years ago. But nonetheless, this is listed as a contributing structure. What is the definition of contributing structure in building with Nantucket in mind? A structure which adds to the district's sense of time, place, and historic development. So on that note, the HDC at the time of doing this HDC survey noted that it had that type of contributing, but not a significant structure. And to validate what significant structures that the HDC in the past has ruled upon are a lot of the high style structures along Main Street. Those are individually significant structures, many of them. There are some scattered throughout other parts of the island, but I just wanted to kind of put that on the record. Thank you.
Holly, thanks. That's yeah, that's good to know. Okay, who's next?
I'll go if you want.
Thank you, Diane.
I think that the building should remain where it is. It loses its classification when you pick it up and put it somewhere else, whether it's in Nantucket or you demolish it or move it. We're trying to maintain this particular area. And I think that it is important. I think it's important for this commission to make its decision of not what happened with the commission back in 1952 or whatever. This is what we are to decide. And this is what should lead us, is our decision on what we've studied, what we have learned, and all the rest of it. So my feeling is that it should at this time not be moved to another location.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Let's see, I think that leaves you, Val.
Well, I'm
Does it-
struggling with the whole categorization thing, because in all of the years I've been coming to the HDC and the several I've been on it, I have never been at a meeting or been part of a meeting where we had a discussion and said, this building is individually significant. So I must have missed the boat on when that happens. I don't get it.
Can I just on that point? Because we did have a conversation about this.
Yeah.
I think I should just reiterate this. So, Holly, the macro surveys were not produced by the HDC boards. They were produced by the HDC staff, correct? And the staff if memory serves me, they sent out people to do research on all these buildings and they came back and produced those surveys. But it had nothing to do with the board.
I believe the board, first of all, I was about 7 years old when this took
Well,
place.
correct.
I wish
Right.
I was a fly on the wall and not in Nantucket Elementary School.
Yeah.
But my understanding is it was twofold. One, the town of Nantucket received funding from the state, kind of what we're doing now,
Yeah.
and did a survey work. And they did predominantly most of the surveys with a consultant within the OHD, so 55 Old Historic District, so downtown and Sconset. But there was an additional effort on behalf of the commission and probably staff that also surveyed additional ones. So that's when we go over to the Plus building and we have all those drawers. A lot of those the state doesn't even have, but we, as a commission, as a historic district, have them on file. So essentially, that's why I'm very adamant on this survey work, because it's going to benefit you all in this historic district. At the end of the day, we have surveys on file at Macris at the state level for non-contributing structures, stuff that I'm older than, and should not be the case. We should not have any historic survey on a structure that doesn't follow within the categories of Nantucket's significance, which is between 1659 up to 1975 on our national level. So I wish I had more answers on how that came to be. But it sounds like that was something from listening to a former HDC commissioner, who's now a select board member, saying that was actually part of their review process of actually identifying structures.
Can I follow on?
I haven't finished.
Yeah, actually, I would like for Val to finish. Thank you.
So bearing all of that in mind and how confusing it is very difficult for us to sit here and with no steadfast information for us to back us up. We're all just going on our gut instinct or our personal feeling.
No, I disagree.
Wait, hang on.
I'll wait, but I disagree.
Okay. Continue, Val. Continue.
So I'm finding it difficult to make these sort of decisions. However, based on what has been presented to us in a very detailed fashion about when certain things were added and how they were added and then they were removed, I don't think there is a whole lot personally as a commissioner digesting the information I have that this building is any longer significant.
I think that means you're finished. Okay.
Could I say something?
Yes.
I mean, even if if we determine, if we were to vote today and say it's not individually significant, it is a contributing building, because we have Sanborn maps from 1923, which you provided us, thank you. And this 1938, so we know it looked just like this, and it looks like this today. And the object of, I think you said your client you want to demolish this, and nothing is to go there, then you create a tooth, and what's it called, a toothless.
Well, that's downtown, but continue.
but it's the same thing because they were built up along the cliff. Every house from the turn of the century had its history. If you take one of those out, then you suddenly have the gap.
Then
which-
Tuppence Links is a gigantic tooth.
Well, okay, so. Okay, well,
Sorry,
I know that's a bit unfair.
sorry.
So my point is, does anybody not understand my point?
No, it's very easy to understand.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I think
Clear.
it's hard to be consistent
Okay,
with not all the information.
well, I think the applicant is tempted to present as much information they can. Stephen, I know that you want to. say
Yeah, I
something,
mean, I just think
But
it's,
but let's try and keep it
yeah, I'll
very
be as brief
civil.
as I possibly
Well,
can.
and civil, thank you.
I take exception to that, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
I may be passionate, but I'm always civil. I don't think it's appropriate for one commissioner to feel like he's being backed in the corner on comments. Most particularly when I am simply outlining what our own building with Nantucket in mind says for purposes of clarification. We have contributing structures, we have significant structures, and we have protected structures. We haven't even talked about protected, and protected are the only ones that are potentially saved from demolition. They also require the vote by the commission. I've only been here 7 years. I cannot, through Mr. Chair, I don't know why they've never been voted on. I'm just saying that when that process starts, it needs to be a rational process, so it's legally defensible. And then it needs to happen according to some type of a rationale, so that people don't feel singled out, because we, the commission, whoever it is, will be making determinations about what can and cannot be done with someone else's property, which is going to involve a lot of litigation, I foresee. My other point was that the significant structure needs to be voted on, and it has a particular criteria which has not been articulated here. And that those particular traits are traits that rise to the level of such importance that it be considered significant and be voted such, eliminating or restricting personal property rights. I have never suggested that this is not a contributing structure, ever. Simply pointing out the clarifications and the thresholds. My opinion of this particular structure aside, those are relevant facts. They're not from my gut, they're from Appendix C, which has been page 162 since I think this thing was printed in 1989 or thereabouts. So I just please take them in the spirit they're intended, which is informational, so that we can be consistent. Thank you.
Okay, my turn. So what I'm gonna say, there's a lot of overlap. I think that it would be unfair of the board to make a determination on somebody's property and say, well, the house that you have, you can't touch. That's tough. If you know going into it, if you know when you purchase the property that the house that's there can't be touched, great. But right now, if we say, oh, well, you already own the property, and guess what? We've determined that you can't do anything to the house. That is, I think, A, unfair, and B, probably very, very open to litigation. Then I'm going to introduce another thing that in this particular case, I've seen this house for many, many years, but I've only seen the worst side of it, which is this very, very tall 3-story gable that's kind of appended onto a rather charming gambrel that you can't really see because there's this 3-story, to use our friend John McLaughlin's parlance, rocket ship. And then there's sort of a little, nondescript lean-to garage that faces to the side. In other words, I look at this and in terms of individually significant buildings, of which I would say the bricks are obviously examples. Many of the houses on Main Street, Pleasant Street, all examples. I don't compare this house to those. Because if anyone built this house all at one time, they did it in an extremely ad hoc fashion. I wouldn't understand half of why they did what they did. My belief is that the first piece, the one that Joe highlighted as the, quote, old piece, was there first, then came the gambrel, then came the piece that goes further south towards Sherburne. I'm torn because I like the gambrel. Oh, and I forgot to mention there's support. Our jurisdiction is from a publicly traveled way. So if what we're looking at is the really nasty part of the building, is that saving something that's really contributing to the fabric of our town? And I would say that the additive piece facing south is an extremely bad example of Nantucket architecture. Too bad we can't just save the gambrel, but I'm not sure that's on the table right now. Those are my thoughts.
Is that true? Is it just the gambrels?
According to Joe,
Yeah.
the oldest piece of this is the eastern piece, which is a little one-story piece that Marty McGowan wants to save for a shot. Then came the gambrel.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. And then I think the gable piece that comes out toward Sherburne, the big 3-story piece, had to have been the last.
And
piece.
that porch that is to the
Well, the
north,
porch,
that is all been glassed in.
right.
And no offense to anyone that drew it, but it seems like a contractor went out there because people said, hey, we want X wide, but it's a one pitch. It seems like it was like, yeah, we made the space, and we made this to work.
Right.
And that's so going back to your comment about the design.
Yeah, I think the original was the gambrel. But is there any recourse to waiting, or has everybody been to see it? I mean, could we have like a site visit and go on there, or what? Like sometimes people, remember we used to wait 60 days or something before.
Well, he's gonna have to do that anyway. The 60-day thing is a building department rule. And if it's a dwelling, which it is, you have to advertise it. for
Which we
60
did.
days, and if there's
And
no takers.
Yeah,
then you
sorry, Mr. Chair, but we did advertise it. We did reach out to Housing Nantucket, the hospital.
Yeah.
We called around.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
tried.
Well, as you can see, this is a very, very tough application.
I just wonder, my concern with having said all that is for the historic structure, which is from the application. It's testified is the small flipped gable with the bay.
Mhm.
I think it would be, I just can't help but wonder if that portion of the structure were to remain somewhere on the site and be repurposed. Because
So-
otherwise, I mean, this is a decided no, that's what I'm looking at.
No, so if you just jump to the next application, so if that structure using the whatever existing fabric that is on site to close out that dining room section and rebuild it, basically like if you look at the one the house that would arrive at Marty's and how it would be finalized, if we did that on site, would that be acceptable? And then whatever remaining, the 1970s sink that you all saw, that's a hot pink. If that was being salvaged or whatever, like I think Val brought that up for our friends, the Ramases at 68 Wanama Road. If there's things that we can salvage, we will, but I don't think it's a lot in there. But who might have, Walter Barrett took a lot of houses, or Walter Guacki. So
For me to answer through Mr. Chair, the historic structure is that smaller structure. The significance is that smaller structure. For me, it's a win-win because there's another definition in Appendix C that labels structures an intrusion. And I think that this would actually qualify for an intrusion. I won't bother to read it to bore you all to death. But what we see from the public way currently I think would qualify for the definition of intrusion. Having the historic structure kept on the site, repurposed, would be a win-win in the sense that one, we retain that structure, and two, we also gain back the historic rule setting, which was an open field in that area. So for me, it's a win-win. I'm not saying I love the idea, but I think that it would be appropriate based upon the information in Appendix C.
Is that a motion?
I think we've asked for that prior. I'd be okay with that.
Well, I just was mentioning it to see what other people thought.
Well,
So that would be my motion, but subject to a review of the site plan.
yeah,
Showing placement of the structure and clarifying what is being retained, how it will be presented, a supplemental drawing, set of drawings. Well, if you've got them in hand and that's next on the application.
That's the next
we can just
application.
Hold this until we review that.
That
well,
was,
that's to Millbrook Road.
that was Millbrook Road, but what we'll do is keep that. No, do the exact same thing. What we were gonna do, take all the original pieces of the house and we'll leave it on site, but what I'm need to provide is a site plan of the location that I'll need to talk to my client about, but retain that dining room board on site and turn it into a shed.
So my motion would be to retain the historic elements as shown in the demolition plan. Subject to a site plan review and approval of its location on the property.
Okay, that's Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Vehemently.
Okay. So I think the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 vehemently opposed. Okay, so thank you, everyone. Difficult. I think the commission needs to opine on
The
where it's
location.
going.
Yeah, that's fine.
But that I think is the smaller bridge to cross.
Yeah.
Yes,
Just for clarification, this was for 9 Sherburne Way?
yes.
Okay,
And
You mean that motion?
yes.
Yes.
So I'm gonna make, when we get to the next one, I was gonna make a motion. That'll address.
Well, we are at the next one.
Yeah.
'Cause we
Yeah, do you just
voted-
want to look at it just to see if you have any
So I was
questions?
gonna Make a motion that you revise it to indicate keeping it on 9 Sherburne and presenting the plan referenced in the prior motion.
Okay,
Exactly. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
And that'll be through staff.
Hang on. Correct.
I guess I'm opposed.
You would be, I
Because
think you would be
Right.
opposed. Yeah. Okay, 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, thanks, everyone.
Evan,
Let's
for-
see here. Now we're on to new business 221. We're still in February. Ethan. Ethan's been waiting so long.
And Douglas is on TV. The architect.
3-step lane.
Ready?
Yeah, it's going to be the regular board unless anybody wants to.
I mean, this is all.
Okay. So
No offense.
Yeah,
Let's
no,
see.
that makes sense.
now I don't believe we've heard word 1 from Jesse,
I don't think anybody,
huh?
but yeah, I'm happy to.
All right, let's go Jesse and then we can go into a rotation. Thanks for being.
What
so
are we doing
patient.
next?
We're doing, this is
Veranda
on new
house.
business 3-step lane.
We are doing 3-step lane. okay.
Yeah, and Jesse will sit on this, veranda house.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's easy.
Okay. Oh, here we are. The red bubble, that's it?
That's it.
No, not the red bubble. Sorry,
All right.
Not the
It's-
red.
it's the black bubble. Yeah, there you go. That
Yeah.
red bubble.
I made it red.
Sorry, my apologies.
I guess according to the building code, commercial buildings and an open covered porch has to be due to fire. Safety has to be enclosed, and they enclose with glass, and that's what this is. And Douglas can explain in detail.
Everybody get it? Oh, actually, so was that it?
That's it.
Wait,
Well, Douglas will If you
Okay,
want to.
Douglas, hit it.
Thank you. Hi. So yes, this is obviously a modification to the previously approved reconstruction of the veranda house. And yeah, the open porch on the west side and this proximity to the property line does not meet building code requirements. The building official is not able to issue a variance on this. And so he suggested we appeal to the state, which we have done. However, in the interim, an enclosed porch does meet the requirements of the building code. And so what we're asking is to have the board review this proposed modification and grant approval so that we may proceed with a building permit.
Douglas, they get it.
Yeah, we get it.
They get it.
We get it.
Yeah.
And we don't care about code and all that. We care about how it looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Holly, thank you. Thank you, Holly.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you all know that this is the replacement of the veranda house that was sadly burned. And this is a revision to that, which is an infill for the covered porch with a glass to obviously appease the fire code. And from working with Douglas and his team and obviously Ethan, this is, while they're before you here for a modification to the original approval, this is their second choice. So hopefully if they do win the state's approval, then they would move forward with what you've previously approved. However, the plans clearly show the pre-fire versus the pre-approved and proposed with the enclosed porch. The door light configuration matches the door on the north. So I'm not going to say it needs to be a 12 light with a kick panel, as typically I say. In this instance, that is a existing feature on the structure. The bracket configuration matches the historically accurate details throughout. The porch enclosure with the windows match the pane size configurations throughout, as well as the porch detail configuration. And should the state board not approve their request, this alternative before you, I believe, fits appropriately. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Very
Thank you.
good. Thanks so much, Holly. Mickey.
Yes, thanks. Okay, yep. So we're not opposed to enclosing this porch. I think it makes total sense for many reasons. The concern is the other view, the facing the road. The front door of the hotel becomes a French door, and French doors are, generally never appropriate for front doors. And I'm just going to quickly read from Building with Nantucket in mind. French doors were not incorporated into houses on Nantucket until the 19th century and traditionally were used as a ground floor access to rear gardens. At no time were they or are they appropriate as main entranceways. To that end, the commission recommends their use be limited to rear ground level elevations and discourages their use on any elevation visible from a public way. So I think that the original or the latest drawing showed a door that looked very similar to the original door. And I'm not sure where that was. Maybe it was pushed all the way back to that other mass. But, perhaps that could still be used in enclosing this porch as the front door rather than a French door.
Okay. Thank you, Mickey. The original French door is inside of the enclosed porch now, right?
Yes. Yes.
All right. And it is a single one.
It's the approved one that was approved, the original one. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think we're ready for the board on this one. Who would like to start? Come on, folks.
I'll go.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm fine with this. I think if you look closely at his 3D rendering of the porch as empty, it matches the door that was there. And it is also, it looks like it's set back from the edge of the porch. There's like creating a little overhang. So it's not right at the top of the stair. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Do.
The 3D version really shows that. So I don't think it's as imposing as if it was right at the edge of the structure. I'm okay with it.
Okay, very good. Diane, you ready?
No.
No? Okay, Abby, you?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure yet, but Did you say that this
That's the one
goes
you're
into
thinking of.
like a vestibule?
Yeah.
So it could actually even be like swinging doors into a sort of an ante room and then you go into.
There you go.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's not really a front door, but it is part of a porch, which, would have French doors. So it's, yeah, let's see what somebody else says.
Okay, all right. How about you?
I'll
Jen?
go.
Oh, okay, Diane, yeah. Go.
See, yeah, I'm looking at this and I found the one. I had a whole different agenda.
Oh.
So I couldn't find it on that, found it on this. I think it's interesting because the veranda didn't have a big front door that welcomed you in at any time. You sort of had to find the front door
Yeah,
unless you went in the back door, which was easy to get to. And this sort of keeps that same atmosphere that they had. So I think the way they've got it set back and it's surrounded by the stairs and everything else that it would be acceptable. I think it would be good.
okay. Thank you. Jesse,
I have no concerns. Yeah, I think it's.
no concerns. I think we have liftoff. Somebody want to do it?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
All right, sounds good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There it goes.
Thank you.
for
Bye.
waiting. All right, next, Val Oliver, yep, 38 Vestal. Let's see, Connie, want to give it a try? Oh, Connie, yeah, right.
Yeah.
So for the record, Connie, Carrie, Diane, Abby, myself. Okay, Val.
Okay, this is a house that was built in 1981 by Michael Cain's father, Mr. Becker. It is a Vestal Street address, but if you go to the site plan, I think you'll find it interesting, the shape and size of this lot. And it is really far off the road and not seen from the road, so that's probably why it got approved. It's a gambrel with a ginormous garage as the first thing you come to. What Michael's doing is making this into his house and his basket shop. So we want to take the garage doors out, add a French door. And that would be where his little shop is, under the pent roof there. Change all the windows out, which now are 1/1 and random casements here and there, to 6/1, which I think add a nice facelift to the building. Add a little shed to the west side, which is facing into the yard, and on the rear, remove the greenhouse that's built in and fill that in, making it a sunroom, more or less. And removing the chimney, which has like a little metal thing sticking out of it. So I think everything's an improvement on this vintage 80s structure. That's it.
Okay, Val, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, on the NHL record, this is a circa 1981 non-contributing structure. I have no idea what I wrote. Something about that it should have a chimney to ground it, with the removal of that chimney. The existing lower mass seemed to be more appropriate with the two gambrels, with it being slightly subordinate, understanding why the change is being proposed. The windows changing 6/1s, obviously more appropriate and fits in better. My question would be, is if the east French door, which is existing, I believe, is the reason why the one on the north is being proposed to match. And that's a question through you to Val.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, to keep that consistency.
yeah.
Okay. Otherwise, I would say that typically you all really look at those 12 light with the kick panel. Understanding, I will notate that this is outside the OHD. And then my other comment was based on the visibility, I'm not too sure if this photo of the gambrel with the two garage doors is actually from the public way or not, or if it's actually on the property, because I know it's set way
Oh,
back.
it's in front of the house. Yeah.
Okay. My only comment would be whether or not the pent roof, and understanding the intention of changing the garage with a French door and having a pent roof over and all, but I'm wondering if the pent roof would be, would be better as a I don't know, just a some type sort of maybe, I don't know, gable or just something different. It just seems like that type of roof doesn't match the gambrel itself. So those are my comments.
Okay,
As on how
Holly, thank you. Mickey, anything?
It's
No, this is
outside the
just,
OHD.
it's just outside of our area, so we didn't comment on this.
It's funny because it's in green. I figured that.
Well, and I would point you to the page with the site. Which also has an aerial view of the site, just so you can
Yeah,
have an idea of what
Yeah,
I'm talking about.
understood. Good.
Yeah.
Carrie, go ahead.
I buy this property every day and it's, you gotta search for it.
Oh.
And everything that's all done is an improvement. Anyway, so
Okay.
that's my take. So
Thank
just
you.
drive by it every day, see it.
All right. Thanks a lot, Carrie.
Mhm.
Who's next?
Well, having learned that, I do think the chimney does give a little, some grounded a little bit, so I'm sorry to see that go. This is for a shop. I'm wondering if a French door with a kick panel and two windows on either side wouldn't fill out that pent roof a little bit more. But those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Okay. Connie and Diane, you're next.
I
Connie,
can
right?
go. Yeah, I have no problems, no issues with this.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Connie. Diane?
No, I think it will be good. I think that the single door at the north elevation front with kick panels, if it's going to go into his basket shop, it would be good, because it would change it somewhat if somebody came and didn't know which store they should go to. It gives it more youth looking that they.
Sorry, you're suggesting kick panels on the north elevation?
On those French doors, isn't that going into his shop?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think he cares what the doors are as long as there's glass, so.
Right. That's all. I think
Right.
otherwise, it's the 6/1s are much better. I do think it would be nice if it did have a chimney. And because it's a good size building, it's not a little cottage. And I think that the chimney puts a finish on the roof. That's it.
Okay.
Mr.
Diane.
Chair, can I make
Yeah,
a
go-
response to
yeah,
that,
go
just for people to look at
Yeah.
the existing drawings and the proposed that I'm taking it off of? That chimney is really weird. It's wide facing the street and then it's super skinny in the other direction, so it's really not a traditional chimney, but I just wanted to point that out.
I'm good with the kick panels on the doors. I think that would be a nice feature. I don't think the chimney is going to be that consequential, particularly given what Carrie just said. So I'm basically okay. Maybe we could move it with kick panels on the doors if
Yeah, I would make that motion.
change don't. So Diane has made that motion. So that would be move to approve with kick panels on the French doors facing north. All those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that one's good.
Oh,
All right.
I was gonna say aye.
So now, we're at 50 Hulbert. Ben, there's Ben. You gonna see that again? Okay. All right. I'm gonna need to sit out in a minute. Oh, yeah. Okay, Ben.
So this is just a very easy revision to an garage studio under construction where we just want to add a simple little window flooding into the garage for a little bit of natural light. In construction, we've also kind of felt there's a lot of shingle space that can't be vegetated along the edge there. So it just kind of breaks up the amount of shingle, but it's literally 1 6-light window that we're trying to add there.
Okay, thanks, Ben. 80 Hulbert Avenue, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So of course, this is revisions to the garage that you all approved last year. My only comment would be that this is an odd location for an awning window. And of course, it is on the corner that is closer to the street, so it will be visible. And with that comment, I wouldn't think it'd be appropriate with this location. If it was on the backside, not visible, then I wouldn't see a problem with it. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. P.S. Abby's sitting off of this. So Connie, you want to go?
Okay.
Okay. Mickey.
Yeah, we looked at this and to be truthful about this, I was involved in the project, this project earlier, so I recused for myself from our discussion.
Yeah.
But generally, our board thought it was a little bit quirky, not inappropriate for the neighborhood, and I think they were generally okay with it.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. All right, so Val, Diane, Ray, Stephen, Connie. Comments?
I have a question for Ben.
Yeah, go.
Does it have to be an awning, Ben?
No, it could be fixed. It's just for natural light.
Okay, I would, if it didn't open, I'd be perfectly fine with it.
Okay. Thank you. Who's next?
I'm fine with it either way.
There we go. Further, Diane, Connie.
I don't mind if it doesn't open, it's good.
If it does not open,
Yeah,
okay, you'd prefer that.
yeah.
Okay. Very good. Connie, anything?
I'm good either way.
Okay. Sounds like we might want to fix it, just so we have unanimity in our board. May I have a motion?
Motion, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna motion for unanimity, but go ahead.
Motion to approve with the window being fixed instead of operable.
There you go. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Okay, now we're on to 2A Copper Lane.
Can I sit off one, please?
Yeah, of
somebody-
course you can.
My eyeballs are bothering me.
So Jesse?
Yeah.
Wait, so Jesse and,
I want
okay, so
three of
Carrie, you're
those.
on this, Jesse and Carrie. Because Abby's off too.
So I'm gonna sound like Holly. This is a building infill in the OHD. Built in 2005. So yeah, this was built in 2005. I think by Wayne DuPont, if anybody knows who Wayne is.
Yes.
You know, mediocre construction at the time. New owners, they would like to replace all the windows. They're not very well done. Well, Roscoe's have seen their day. And then, of course, some window revisions because we're doing some interior changes. And then the larger item is this new screen and porch around the side. The new screen and porch is using kind of some language of an existing one-story hip element to infill what's otherwise kind of a big blank wall back there. There's a little recessed balcony above. That's not uncommon in the OHD. There's actually a pretty prominent one on India Street if you're really looking. But That backyard is very well screened behind quite a lot of vegetation, and the architecture of the building also kind of conceals all that quite a bit, so. I do want to mention that the replacement windows we're requesting LePage simulated divided light windows. I just did a project on Woodbury that we used the LePage, and they really are fantastic. I don't know if anybody's gone by there, but it's a very good simulated divided light wood window. So that's it.
Okay, thanks. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do I really sound like that? Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Okay. So yes, this is infill circa 2005 within the OHD. Which I might add, I think it actually is pretty cool. Unless SDLs already exist, I think TDLs are more appropriate, understanding it's in infill within the OHD at least. The change to the south elevation windows is not necessary. If on the facade, it actually, the way it is right now, it mimics the historically accurate placement. And obviously an interior program shouldn't dictate the exterior. Removing the first floor windows along the street side, or that one window, is also not necessary. It kind of gives an odd look, and it's right up on the street. So my recommendation would be that unless the commission so inclined, of course, windows should stay TDLs because it's located within the OHD, but I am very happy to hear no more Brosco. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Mickey.
Yeah, so ditto what Holly just said about the front facade. The windows don't really need to move. I think they look better where they currently are. And the one window on the side view close to the street that's being removed kind of leaves a blank space. So we prefer to have that remain. And looking at this elevation that you're looking at now, the gable dormer on the west is a little awkward as a gable. Maybe if that were a shed, that might be a little quieter and simpler looking. And the hip roof with the porch cut into it, or the deck, it just feels it's probably pretty visible from the street, and it just feels kind of like an awkward roof, and maybe other configurations should be explored. But that's it. Thanks.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Board members.
I'll go. I tend to agree. I think your green porch is a really nice tie-in with what's there. And I agree with the front windows. I think you should leave well enough alone. I think they're well balanced and they work. In terms of PDL and SDL, because you are in that old district and you are so close to the street, I would say they should be wood, or they should be TDL.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Who's next? Val, Diane.
Oh, no.
Oh, so Diane, go ahead.
I think the windows on the south elevation should stay obviously TDLs. The west elevation with the little porch I'm good with. Comes around to the north elevation. And I don't think on the east elevation that well, I'd rather see those three windows split up a little bit so that they were sort of under the two, at least the two up above. Otherwise, it makes everything else is separated, and it makes that a clutch unless that's in the kitchen.
It is in the kitchen.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you look at the as-built, it's a pretty ugly elevation as existing. I think it's.
Okay.
Anyway.
Is that it, Diane?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Sorry, I lost track. Can we go to the no concerns next? I guess my only concern is those panels below the screens, but the west elevation is not visible. Can I see the site plan, please? Sorry. Oh man, I did not preview this one because I thought it might actually been a sample. So the west is oblique and it's the rear, so that wouldn't be really visible. You only can see that far. Okay, yeah, can we go back to the west? There you go. Okay, yeah, so given the site layout, it's no concern. Next. Ditto, next. He's relative to the rest of the structure, I think it's a little over penetrated, but I don't think it's inappropriate, and it's also gonna be. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Jesse, I think it's to you.
Can we go back to the first elevation? No concern on the south elevation line. Next elevation. I like it. It's an inclusion. Good. Yeah, I think that's an improvement. I have no concerns. Thank you.
Was that it, Jesse?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
sorry.
think so.
Okay.
The reason, why are you removing that one? I guess that last elevation is that one window is.
The staircase. But I'm gonna say something on that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so I too believe that the windows, I know why you're moving them, be centered on the stair as you walk down, which would be great, but I think it makes, really compromises in front of a very attractive 4 bay. I think the windows are situated correctly currently, so I'd like to see them stay where they are. And to that, I'd also like to have that window on the side, right around the corner stay. I think it would look bad if it disappeared. And then you can just plaster over it, in the old fashion. I actually, looking at this, I'm convinced that if you use those LePage SDLs, that you're not going to be able to tell from the sidewalk whether they're insulated glass or TDL. So I'm fine on that, and then the rest of it is fine with me. So that's where I am.
We're happy to keep the windows in the front where they are in that side one.
Well, I think, yeah, that was a fairly unanimous concern. And the one on the first floor?
That's fine.
Keep. All right, does somebody want to make a motion on this? We need some amphetamine. for the group. Yeah. Yeah.
Were you gonna pass them out or?
What are you looking for?
Okay, so we're looking for a motion that would, I think, hopefully would approve this. Keeping the windows on, that was the east elevation,
I
the
think
front,
front elevation's a south, isn't it?
south?
Yeah.
Okay. Keeping the windows where they are in the front elevation, keeping the first floor windows on the, what's the side elevation?
The east one I
East.
want to remove, yeah, that will keep.
Yeah, and where are we on the SDL TDL thing?
I thought you said that those new windows are very good.
They're great, and I honestly, Diane, given how far, this is not far from the street, but far enough away so that I know you're not going to be able to tell from the street whether they're SDL or TDL.
What do you want to have? You want to go for SDLs?
That's what he requested, and I would be
I'll
okay with
put
that.
that in and see whether it
Okay.
passes or not. If not,
All right.
we'll change it.
But they were particular window use.
It's LePage.
LePage,
Quote is on
you know.
in your
The
application.
LePage, that's,
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so was that your motion, Diane?
Yes.
Okay, so Diane's motion is to leave through staff, leave the windows on the front facade just the way they are. In terms of where they are, keep the first floor window on the side. And SDLs are approved as LePage. And was that it? I think that was it. So all those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, very good.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks. Yeah.
I said technically, I meant arguably.
What?
Arguably, we.
Oh. Oh, okay, good to know.
There's a difference.
Oh. So Luke's project is up?
Yeah, Luke's project is up. Are you gonna present?
Yeah, in my list.
Okay, so let's see, we got Val, Diane, Abby's taking off for the record. Night, Abby. So. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Connie, it's to you again.
I did.
Go.
This is on Barrett Farm Road, halfway to the dump from Nantucket Road. You know where it is? Is it Barrett Road?
Yeah.
Barrett Farm Road, sorry. And it's a 1-story, 2-bay garage on a very large property.
Okay. This is it. Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Stephen, I know you wanted.
I'll go first. I meant to put this on consent, but I didn't sit on the consent this round.
Okay, so you're in favor.
Yes.
Any comments, questions from the board?
There couldn't be a more quintessential
There you go.
outbuilding.
Agree. Anybody have any issues with that? Then I'll take a
No.
motion.
I make a motion to approve submitted.
All right, Diane has made a motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Very good. Okay,
Mr.
That's-
Chairman,
yes.
sorry, who was sitting on this application?
Okay, so
today?
that was Val, Diane, Ray, Stephen, and Connie.
Thank you.
Okay, and now do we have Mr. Hubbard here for 45 Milk?
Contract.
What?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, go ahead.
What are we skipping? No, nothing? Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Hubbard.
Yes, this is a proposed studio building at the rear of our property at 45 Milk Street. As you're well aware, my neighbor at 47 is doing some extensive building there, a number of structures. And through that process, we're able to now have a higher elevation in what used to be the town dump. And I want to put up a small studio there for two reasons. One, because I probably can never do it again with access to the property. And then also to block my view of what I think is a not very good looking side view of their cabana. So that's the purpose and the genesis of the project. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, well, I'm looking for the drawings here. Well,
Mr.
let's start with, yes, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there, and this might be me, but the site plan, it didn't seem. There is two other structures on this lot. Am I correct on that? There's a main home that was built in 1981 and a cottage built in 1985.
That's
So
correct.
this site plan wasn't clear as to exactly where this new
Yeah.
structure is being proposed upon the lot. It almost as if it was going on a vacant piece of property. So that is my concern number one. The dwelling is very vertical and tall at 24 feet tall, understanding the reasons for the proposal to block the neighbor. However, this is a third structure upon the lot and it should come down, be more, less subordinate is what I'm trying to say. The ganged 4-light windows are an odd element and they should be a 6/6 double hung. The application also indicates a grade change, so a cross section should be submitted for the commission's review. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mickey.
Yeah, this is just outside of our districts. We didn't focus on it too much, but we were looking at the site plan because it shows maybe it's been filled in and that's the issue, but the site plan indicates a very sloped location in the back of the lot, and the building obviously shows a pretty level condition there. So that's all we really looked at. Thanks.
Yeah, that's pretty apparent. Thank you, Mickey. All right, board members, I'd like to hear from you guys.
I'll go.
Thanks.
I appreciate the simplicity. It does have some proportion issues being so narrow and tall. The drawings say 24, but your application says 25 to 28. And there doesn't seem to be a grade change. Well, I guess there is a little bit of one. So I had some concern with that. Maybe some way to mitigate this or bring it down with dormers or something. And then just understanding exactly where it was on the lot. I think I just found a site plan that's showing it by itself. So I now get where it is. But that's my concern.
Okay, thank you. Stephen.
Sure, I think a shorter first floor and use some of that space on the second floor and take a little bit out of the overall height is fine. The fenestration on the west elevation, to the extent it's visible, I would have some concerns, but I think this is going to be due to its depth on the lot. I understand the site plan, correct me if I'm wrong, through you, Mr. Chair, to the applicant, that what you're showing on the first site plan page is the existing structure on a surveyed lot plan, and then the next page is the rear half of the lot with this structure adjacent to the neighbor's cabana. If that's accurate, I think the west elevation will be primarily obstructed from view. So that's why I say if it's visible, it's a concern. If it's only visible very obliquely, it's not due to the distance from the street. Primary concern is the height.
Stephen, thank you. Diane.
Stephen, how high is it?
It varies. It says something like 24 to 28 feet.
Yeah, yeah.
There's one hook, two hooks.
I don't know, on the north elevation with the vents down below, why is you've got 3 windows so high up in the building?
I speak?
Briefly.
Yeah, that's the upper level of the second floor.
Yep. So what's on the first floor?
Toward the back, you can see that there's a small little area for snacks and so forth, and a lavatory.
Well, I think, yeah. I wondered why you had all vents and no windows on that first floor. If you got things in it, particularly if you have a bathroom and whatever, I would suggest at least a window or 2. And the second floor is going to be where your studio is going to be.
Yes.
Okay.
This is not visible at all from the street.
Hey, stop. Diane, go.
No, that's all. I know you can't see the rest of it. I just think that a blank first floor.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I've lost track of who's on this. Stephen, Val, Diane, me,
I'm not sure.
Carrie?
Yeah, I've been looking at it.
Yeah, go.
I think the low side, the downhill side will be very tall. And I just am concerned about that. I think we're gonna need some retaining walls, so we'd like to see that. And a section through would be helpful.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and showing the deck. There seems to be a deck.
Yeah.
there's a deck, maybe you can use that, or have you gone yet?
I did, but go for it.
Maybe you can incorporate some sort of porch roof over that deck to mitigate the height on it, on at least one side. See what that would do.
That would look cute.
Or wrap it, yeah, too.
Yeah, wrap it in a little hip in the corner.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. I have the same concern. I'm looking at a topo plan that would imply 10 feet of grade change from one corner of the building to the other. It's not accounted for in the elevation, so I'd like to see how that's all gonna happen. And I do believe that the building is very tall in relation to its width. That's all I have to say. Should we move for some revisions?
So motion for revisions, keep in mind that covered porch where the deck is and a cross section
Very
of the
good.
site, from north to south.
Okay. Thank you for the motion, Stephen. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, now, folks, I know that it's 8:30, but
And thanks for waiting around.
thanks for waiting around, but now can we wait around for just a moment longer? I think my application is next, but we have some emergency demo stuff that's happening on Orange Street. Linda, approach the bench. I'd like to just review this quickly because apparently these buildings on Orange Street have been condemned. I am talking about
121.
11 and 12 at 121 Orange Street.
Stay there, please. You
What?
can see it up there on the thing.
So let's make it brief, Linda.
Brief,
that's-
it's gone into receivership. It has gone to court. The judge has ordered them taken down.
Hey,
The
Linda,
building department wanted them taken down a while
hold
ago.
on 1 second. Val, you in?
Who's in it?
Okay.
Val, Diane.
you're in? Good.
Ray,
I'm in.
Steve.
Steven's in. Okay, just so that we're, because this is it. No more applications
Yeah.
after this.
Jesse.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Okay,
Everybody knows
That's your-
what this is. It's 121 Main, Era Charters property. It's in receivership and the judge has ordered them taken down. The engineers have been in it. No one is allowed to actually go in the structures because they're dangerous and there's no floor in the house. So they've asked them to be taken down. We could have taken them down by an emergency order because they're dangerous. They have been posted. I said, no, we have to come to the board of, to the HDC in order to do this properly. So that's why we're here, is to get the barn and the house taken down. All that stuff you see on the aerial there has been removed. And gravel has been brought in to stabilize what ground is left, so they can get heavy equipment in there to take them down. But they have been ruled a hazard to the public as well as anybody who wants to actually try to deal with these structures. Unfortunately, they are pre-1900. I do have all the history of them and the aerials and what I could find on the surveys as well as NHA. So that's all in the file. So it's documented as well as more current pictures. So the buildings are documented entirely on all the sides of the structure. So that's pretty much where we are at the moment.
thank you, Linda.
Can I
Holly.
ask her a question?
Yeah, go ahead,
Has the barn not be removed?
No, they're all still there, but the barn's roof has caved in and that's why you see the
It's
blue
other
tarp.
barn. One barn is gone because I have pictures of the yard.
Yeah, well, we have pictures of the yard as well. They did not move in another structure they were allowed to move in quite a while ago from someplace else. That never moved in. There was a shed that has since been removed because it fell over. So it is what it is. And what you see is two structures that we're dealing with anyway.
Okay. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Linda's done a good job of compiling as much historic documentation as possible, and I've been appreciative of that. As she mentioned, this is a pre 1900 structure. It's actually a circa 1850s. This is a 1 3/4 story with a high brick basement, ridge chimney, 4-bay facade with a pilaster doorway. With documentation of either 2/1 windows or even 6/6 by photographic evidence. And Lancaster indicated this as 119 Orange Street within his book. And, you know, obviously having as much documentation of a historic structure as possible is appreciative. I understand that the condition of this structure on the inside is horrible, to say the least, from listening to some members from the other departments in the town. So obviously it would be nice, and I'm just going to say this because I would be remiss if I didn't, if we had scanned documentation of it. But with that, it'd be a shame to lose. And I would say that if this lot comes before the commission for any other future development, that a replication of this existing 1 3/4 story high brick basement should come before the commission for a replication. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
The barn is just as old as the house. We could tell from the Sanborn maps.
Should we get pictures of it, Holly, before it's taken?
We got them.
Linda has provided a lot of documentation and, you know, there's historic photographs that she
Yes.
found that are in the application as well. And did a good job. Actually, I assisted trying to find the old HDC survey on file. So, you know, we have as much as we could. It would, again, I wish there was a little bit more, but unfortunately, that's all could be found. So.
Okay. All right. I think we can wrap the discussion of the barn and the house in together. Comments from the board. Mickey, hold on, sorry. Mickey.
I object
know.
again. It's not in the old historic district, actually, unfortunately.
It's an old building.
It
Thank
ends
you,
at
Ray.
Cherry Street.
You're kidding.
Nope, it ends at Cherry Street.
Why don't we? sort of
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Sorry, quiet, everyone. Mickey.
Thanks, Ray. It is an old historic building, so that's why we're interested. And I get it. This is a unique problem. It's in terrible shape. We'd all love to see this preserved, I'm sure. And I get the application. I like Holly's suggestion of any future development leaning toward in this direction. Maybe a replication would be great. I mean, the only comment I might say is that condemned doesn't mean you have to tear it down. It just means you can't live in it. Maybe, you know, it could be repaired, but I'm not going to push that point. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. It's a tough problem.
There's the
okay,
original up
from
there.
the board.
I have a couple.
Holly has some.
No
Jesse,
comments on it. Yeah, just question.
go.
So who's the steward of this?
The court.
Yeah,
The court has put it into receivership for a lot of reasons. The town took her to court because of the condition of the structures, the demo by neglect, et cetera, minimum maintenance standards. They took her to court because she had like 15 vehicles in there leaking into the ground right next to the creeks,
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera. So the court sided with the town, sided with the building commissioner. And that's why we're here. And they gave it, the receivership was put into a private entity who has been clearing the lot. And now we're waiting to take them down because the court has ordered them taken down based on the engineering report.
There's a private entity that's funding this?
No, the court, they are funding it themselves to take them down and clear the property. Receivership is its whole different legal entity. If she does not pay, I don't want to get into much of this.
Yeah.
If she doesn't pay us all that are involved in this under the receivership of the court, then it has to be sold to pay everybody back. So let's move
Hey,
past the
guys.
legal part of it.
No, it's
for
important
God's
for me
sakes.
on what we can, how we.
I'm not really sure I can talk about much more of it.
No, that makes sense. I mean, because there is some, if you're careful with a demolition, there could be some things that are salvaged and saved for.
There's nothing to be saved.
Linda, please let the board.
The brick's not in good
I
shape.
wanna get out
It
of
was
here.
cemented.
Reclaimed old brick isn't in good shape.
Well, that's up to the guys that are taking it down.
Jesse,
Or the HDC.
Jesse,
Nope.
say your piece.
Okay, so I think
You-
the
you got-
brick should be saved and left on site for reuse.
Okay,
I can't guarantee that's going to happen.
And,
It's Jesse's telling you what he thinks.
Yeah. and then also, as Holly said, and I don't know how that would work, and it can't be really enforced, but somehow that we have, that the buyer or whoever this may be understands that this property is historic and needs to be replaced back to its historic state.
You have complete control over what comes in here. And at that time, whoever that happens to be, you can't
Linda,
condition it.
Linda,
That you can make
Linda.
them do it.
Lecturing.
Make
Hey,
it do it.
Linda, stop.
And-
We're running at least 10 minutes past our
Yep.
closing time for you.
Yep.
Okay? So listen to what we have to say, or I'm going to shut it all down. Okay, please? Thank you. Stephen.
Yeah, we have complete control. I agree. Footnote, preservation planner has it. Replication, that's a future discussion. How we deal with it then is how we deal with it then. The only thing I have to say about this is the bigger picture, which is we are spending way too much time on applications that we are not doing important things like addressing demolition by neglect. This structure has been there for probably 15 years rotting.
Exactly.
And we're sitting here talking about things to such a level that we do not need to be discussing. And we spent a lot of time talking about preservation of a non-historic, partially non-historic structure. And this thing has literally been rotting on one of the main streets of Nantucket. I'm sorry, but it just blows my mind away.
I can address that.
No, I don't. want-
No.
We did go
It's
after it.
rhetorical.
We did go after it. We went after it with town council
Stop.
10 years ago
Stop.
and nothing happened.
Stop. We are where we are.
Okay?
Stephen.
We
is
are where
making
we
a
are.
point. Thank
But we
you.
did, the
Okay.
HCC did do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Diane.
Yes, it has been.
Good.
Not only that, 6 Fair Street is under the same condition.
Yep.
That nothing has been done about it. And and the same owner owns it. And it should be done. It was under the thing, I don't know, 15 years ago when she got it, when she took it. And now its windows are broken up and it's got plywood over the windows and her car parks in the front every day. So we're going to be looking at that very shortly, and that's 6 Fair Street if you want to drive by, see either one of them.
Well, that one's in court also.
Some point was getting to it before then, but yes, I agree.
Okay. Diane, thank you. Val.
I say let's move the application. There's nothing that we can possibly do.
Yeah, I mean, short of retaining a few of the things, but even that is going to be difficult to enforce. I say yes, move the application. What is the pleasure of the board? I'd like to hear a motion, and the motion can be on both of these buildings.
Do we have any type of documentation on this other than the images?
No, I gave you the sampler maps and everything else, the surveys, everything else.
To
Stephen?
Holly's point, I'm just asking a simple question.
If you're asking if we have any actual like elevation documentation, no, we do not. We have photographic evidence in the historic HDC survey.
And are you comfortable with the images being, 4 sides, square on, that type of thing?
Yeah, they're right here. As best as, I mean, with what they were able to access the property as much as possible with the stuff
Alright.
that's there.
Taking your life in your hands.
Yeah.
It's
taking your right
sad.
Hands making the motion. I guess I'll do it. Motion to approve as submitted, due to the nature of the court order.
Sounds good. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
And that's both of them.
Was that everybody?
Yeah.
Any opposed? Okay, I think that carries.
Just to set the record straight, when we were doing, I was chairman and we were doing a lot of demo by neglect letters through town council
Yeah.
to the one on Baxter, one on Fair, this one. And then when I stopped being chair, that fell apart.
Yeah, the point.
So it was
is-
on record that we were doing that
The
stuff.
point was simply that there are tools that we could be just.
Yes, and I agree with
in
that.
addition to what's been used in the past. A motion to approve the January 3rd and 10th minutes as revised
Oh
and the
my-
March 7th and 16 minutes.
Wow, Stephen,
got
it's
help.
first.
Wow.
Okay, all those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve.
No, I
the
was
minutes?
making the motion.
I know you were making the motion. It's like the first, I've never heard this before. All those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
And
How about adjournment?
Mr. Chair.
John
can-
McLaughlin says.
Wait, wait,
John is motion.
I just,
Oh,
Yeah, licorice.
Motion to.
it's like,
adjourn.
there's